different breed of people that do the races. There's a different breed. They're like Dan Perry, cowboy rodeo. Rodeo. Dan and I are pretty good friends. He lives right across from my brother. Yeah. I don't believe a word he ever said. He did, didn't he?
It's funny how life is made up of moments, quiet ones, big ones, and ones you never forget. A wish, a milestone, a moment you didn't know would mean so much. Because life is made in the moments we share. Voyage Federal Credit Union. For every memory made, for every moment ahead.
Candice Couture is your complete women's lingerie shop. Bras, underwear, PJs, loungewear, swimwear, sports bras, activewear, and much, much more. Small to 3 extra large and over 200 different sizes of bras. AA to O cup bands 28 to 56 in store. Candice Couture, 17 West Main Street.
It's time for Vermillion Tanagers football on ESPN 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube. Brought to you by our corporate sponsor, First Dakota National Bank of Vermillion, and the following Vermillion Sportscaster Club members: Murph's Appliance, Knudsen Family Dentistry, Runnings of Vermillion, Vermillion Chamber and Development Company, Vermillion Vision Care, Voyage Credit Union, Todd's Electric, Slumberland, Larry's Heating and Cooling, Masaba, Blaine's Body Shop, Clay County Abstract, The Lumberyard, Yankton Thrive, Johnson Feed, Vermillion Medical Clinic, First Dakota National Bank, Kalen's, Fuller Digital Solutions, Thermobond, Intech, Dairy Queen of Vermillion, Farmers Union Insurance, Vermillion Auto Works, Dave's Roofing, Pizza Ranch of Vermillion, and Candy's Couture. Now to the field in the Vermillion Area Chamber and Development Company pregame show with the voice of Vermillion Tanager Athletics, Michael Schumacher.
Yep. Been interviewed before?
No.
I didn't think so. All right. Like I'm some sort of mad scientist or something. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. And we continue. And in fact, we're going to wrap up our Vermillion Tanager preview for Vermillion Tanager girls for the 2025-2026 season with one of the new faces. You've been on varsity for a while, but this will be a real elevation in your role. You're a captain now. Delaney Schmidt. Delaney, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, I am great. First interview, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll take it easy on you. And you know, I will be reaching out to Coach. We will do a full interview for my show where I ask you icebreakers and all of that. We're going to do that whole 15-minute thing at some point. I won't do that to you today, okay?
Okay.
All right, because I know you got practice to get to. But as you come into this season, this team over the last 2 years has graduated a ton of talent. And you're stepping into a role, not just, okay, now I'm going to become more of a varsity player. You're stepping into this huge leadership role. How much pressure does that put on you?
It's not necessarily like pressure, it's just like trying to make my skills as like an individual player better and stronger so then I can help my team out more and then we can grow as a team and it'll be like a stronger bond and then hopefully win more games.
All right. Well, now obviously, you know, kind of the elephant in the room is that Taylor's kind of the leader of this team. She's been a big part of it for a number of years. She's the name a lot of people know. She's going to get a lot of the focus. So as a teammate who's going to be out there on the court with her, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to do that.
Yes.
What is the strength of your game that you think, you know what, this is what I'm going to be able to contribute the most, and what are things that you continue to work on? You're like, man, that I really want to improve.
Well, we graduated a lot of shooters last year, so talking with Brooks, he said that we're going to need to work on that more, and I definitely agree because a lot of focus is going to be on Taylor, so if they're going to take away her shots, then it's going to be important that I'm ready to take shots.
All right. And so the experience last year, you know, you got quite a bit on JV. You know, your varsity time wasn't as much, but how valuable was it to even just be on the bench as all that action's happening, just to be able to kind of get a feel for the varsity level game?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty important because I got to see how they like work together and how like their bond like helped in the game and like helped them work as a team. And I just feel like it's important to like be able to see them and watch from like even the side, even if I didn't get in.
Okay. Now, as you look at the schedule, a lot of tough teams on there. Is there a game, a team, or a venue that you're looking forward to playing in the most?
I don't really know. I like playing in all of them because I feel like the atmosphere in like each arena or like gym is just different than like every other place. And it's like I'm excited to play away from home, like actually get in the game because it's like different from the bench and then on the court.
And you know, you kind of talk about that actually being in the game, likely a starter. What's it going to feel like to have your name announced at the beginning as one of the starting five?
Yeah, I mean, that would feel like pretty good because it just feel like all my work is like going to be shown and I feel like it's going to be pretty good.
All right. Well, one final question. As we sit here mid-ish December, you know, we're looking ahead at the season. As if we were to talk at the middle of March and you guys have made the state tournament, what happened in those 4 months in between that made that a reality?
I feel like even like in open gyms and stuff, we started connecting as a group more, and I feel like throughout the season we'll like click as a team and like learn how to play together more, and I feel like that'll help us a lot.
All right. Now, was this pretty painless?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Delaney, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. And like I said, I will be reaching out. We are going to do the full-fledged interview.
Perfect.
You're going to be on my show. We're going to have all of that, but we won't do that to you today,
Perfect.
okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Go
thank
get
you.
to practice.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you. All right. I think that went pretty well.
That went great.
And welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank with Parker Orr in Hartford, South Dakota, home of the West Central Trojans. I'm Michael Schumacher. In this JV matchup, Vermillion trails 38-9 here in the third quarter with 6:24 to go. Obviously, we're going to be bringing you the varsity action tonight, and should be two really good matchups as there's a foul called here. So we want to thank AD Darren Sindelar for his hospitality, Coach Joe Caffrey and Dave Hollenbeck of West Central for their hospitality as well. So 38-9, here comes West Central as they get the ball ahead. This JV team for West Central really good. As that was Ella Harden, a 5'10 freshman for this JV team. So again, the JV matchup will be a big one. Parker and I will be on the call for that. As Vermillion looks to rebound off that opening night loss to Canton, and then West Central looks to continue their winning ways as they had a nice opening day victory against Baltic, 81-29, I believe. That might have been the boys. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm getting my scores mixed up, but the girls did have a nice win, and they are in the rankings. And we can take a look at those recent polls for the South Dakota Prep Media poll. So the South Dakota Prep Media polls came out last night, and the traditional poll that we've done, we'll look at Class A first for the girls. Sioux Falls Christian on top with 23 first-place votes. They're 1-0 after week number 1. West Central with 1 first-place vote in second at 1-0. Clark Willow Lake in third at 1-0. St. Thomas More at 2-0 in fourth. Lennox at 0-1 drops from second. They lost to Sioux Falls Christian to open their season. And then Groton area at 1-0 in sixth, and Rapid City Christian in seventh. Along with Hamlin at 0-1 now in eighth, dropping from fifth. Dakota Valley stays in ninth. And that is boys. I apologize. I was like, has Vermillion receiving votes, now 10th. 1-0 in girls Class A, Makpia Luta in first with 20 first-place votes at 1-0. Ashlyn Carlo Blunt. I know Ashlyn Copel gets a lot of the attention out of Wagner, and she should. She'll be going to Nebraska in the fall. But Ashlyn Carlo Blunt, USD got themselves a good one in Carlo Blunt, a 6-footer that can dribble, drive, penetrate, also shoot the outside shot, plays good defense. I'm excited to see what she does in Coyote Red. And then the Lennox Orioles in second with 3 first-place votes. Hamlin in third at 1-0. Sioux Valley in fourth with 1 first-place vote at 2-0. Dakota Valley in fifth. Sioux Falls Christian in sixth at 2-1. Wagner in seventh. They have not played a game as of yet. Mobridge Pollock at 1-0 in eighth. West Central in ninth after receiving votes. They're 1-0 after defeating Baltic. And then Flandreau in 10th at 1-0. Also receiving votes, Canton after that victory over Vermillion. Aberdeen Roncalli, Lakota Tech, Miller, Vermillion still receiving 4 votes. St. Thomas More and Pine Ridge. So that's a look at your Class A rankings as Vermillion trails 44-9 with 2:53 to go here in quarter number 3. And there's a miss and rebound by Vermillion. And that is Katie Sorensen who got who was able to get that rebound. So obviously after years of a lot of the same players on the team, for varsity, Vermillion's going to be looking to develop new players. They need some other players to step up because if you look at the talent lost over the last 2 years, Janaea Cleveland, Chandler Cleveland, Brooklyn Voss, Brooke Jensen, Casey Hansen, Maya Halverson, Madigan Wallen, players who had been stalwarts and cornerstones of that program, of that state championship run from a couple years ago. Well, they're all gone, and so Taylor Roovers is the last vestige of that varsity team, and she's going to have to learn to play with kind of a new cast of characters as the clock is now continuing to run with that lead for West Central, so 44-9. Now, it does stop for free throws and for timeouts, so 1:33 to go here in quarter number 3 of this JV matchup. As first free throw is unsuccessful. And that one does drop through. So Vermillion now in double digits, 44-10. And that was Maya Hall that hit that free throw. They do not have the full JV lineup for Vermillion in the program, but Jen Ashley had shared it with me after the last one. So to inbound for Vermillion, it's Jalen Anderson. She'll get it into Claire Dressen. Dressen will bring the ball up now, number 3. So Dressen out there along with Jalen Anderson, Maya Hall, along with Dylan Wagner. And, of course, no, I don't have number 30 here. I apologize. Oh, Chloe Bottleson. Chloe Bottleson out there. So that is the Vermillion lineup out there with 33 seconds to go here in quarter number 3. Clock continues to run. 44-10, Vermillion trails here in this JV matchup on the Mesaba scoreboard. Again, Vermillion basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. So Claire Dressen had to toe the midcourt line and had it stolen away. 14 seconds to go. And that is an unsuccessful shot there by West Central as they kick it back out. Long three-point attempt, no good, just off the front iron, and that will be out of bounds. That will stay with West Central as the clock will run out here in quarter number 3. So we'll be back after these messages from a couple of our sponsors. This is Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. This is all part of the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show with Parker Orr. I'm Michael Schumacher.
The Pizza Ranch Vermillion is your event headquarters. Enjoy the crisp salad bar, the country's best chicken, and fresh pizza. Want a custom pizza? Just ask. We are proud to offer the buffet your way. And the Fun Zone Arcade features 36 games, 2 golf simulators, and full bar. Perfect for pregame tailgates and parties. Have a business meeting, team, or office party? Reserve the Dakota Center. It holds up to 300 people. Order online at pizzaranch.com for delivery or circle your wagons and make Pizza Ranch your tailgate place next to USG.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher with Parker Orr. On the Mesaba scoreboard as we enter quarter number 4 of this JV matchup, Vermillion trails 44-10. Clock will be running We'll then bring you the full Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show featuring an interview with Coach John Brooks, as well as a player interview that we will play. And we'll talk about more about the polls and the standings, as it's really early on in the season. And Vermillion just, coming off that loss to Canton, looking to get a little traction. And it's going to be a little bit of learning to play with each other. Taylor, I think, again, she's used to the lineup of Brooke and Casey and Maya and Madigan. And so might need to rein it in just a little bit while the other girls maybe catch up, because that was their first varsity action on Monday in Canton. So, it's going to be kind of a meeting in the middle, finding that equilibrium, and I think they're going to be pretty successful. I know two players I was really impressed with. Callie Schultz, who I really felt showed some aggression out there. I think probably one thing to work on, just maintaining possession. She had a lot of rebounds just kind of taken out of her hands, so maybe clamping down a little bit more when she gets both hands on it. But she played a really good presence down there. She's kind of the one big Vermillion has. And then Shaylin Hinseth, who has a lot of length and speed and hit a couple of three-pointers. I think she's going to be a secret weapon if she's able to contain that and maintain that as the season goes on. So that's what Vermillion has to look for. As that ball is stolen away with 6:04 to go here in quarter number 4 of this JV matchup. Again, Tanager girls will host Ponca at the Birdcage on Thursday. We'll have that action on Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion Tanagers here on YouTube. And then on Saturday, Parker and Patrick will be on the call as Vermillion boys will take on Crofton, the Crofton Warriors, and the Vermillion girls will take on the Warriors of Sergeant Bluff Luton in the Vermillion High School Booster Club Classic at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. Now, if you're wondering why I can't do it, well, I have something else going on, and it's a bit of a surprise, so I can't, in case somebody's listening, I can't divulge it right now, but that is on Saturday. So excited to do that, but excited to hear Parker's call. I'll be critiquing, I'll be criticizing, I'll be texting him, hey, what are you doing? So, hopefully he doesn't have like an old program or something and he's calling out Casey Hansen's name or Brooke Jensen or Leah Herbster, he'd go 3 years old on the program or something. But no, he and Patrick will do a great job, and I appreciate them stepping up for me. So 4:50 to go with here in the fourth quarter of this JV matchup, 50-10, Vermillion trails West Central. And again, for Vermillion, obviously the girls are going to be led by Taylor Roovers. Taylor, she's been playing since she was in 7th grade. I'm trying to remember. She didn't start then, but she was a big part of that. But she started in 8th grade. She started last year. And last year really took control of the team. Everything went through her. Became that de facto leader. Even though she was playing with seniors like Casey and Brooke. Because the ball was in her hands all the time, she really became the de facto leader. And that's shown, and she has taken that leadership role here as it's now 50-11 here in the fourth quarter with 4:34 to go. And, to see what kind of player Taylor is, you look at Brooke Jensen. She's playing at the University of South Dakota right now with the Coyotes and Coach Carrie Amy. And Casey Hansen's playing down at Dordt, the 2-time defending national champions in the NAIA. So for her to really take on that leadership role with two great players like that says something about Taylor Roovers. Nice shot there just off the back iron. As that was Katie Sorensen with that shot. Up with the left hand, no good. Rebound into the hands of Katie Sorensen. Gets it over to Bottleson. Bottleson going up, and she has it poked out from behind with 3:52 to go. Still 50-11, knocked out of bounds. And that's where Vermillion will toss it in. Jalen Anderson on the baseline. Gets it into Sorensen. And Dressen saves that. Oh, nope, not able to save it. She stepped on the out-of-bounds line as the clock continues to run. 3:16 to go. So, again, we'll have the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show after this. I'm glad you're tuned in here on Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 FM and 1570 AM. Tomorrow morning we'll have a couple of special guests on at the mic. Sophia Wortman will be on during the 7 o'clock hour. She has signed to play, to run cross country at St. Mary's. She's a Crofton warrior. And we'll also have Leela Schumacher, my daughter, on as she has completed another bodybuilding project and talk about her athletic training, personal training down in North Carolina. She gets to work with a couple of professional athletes down there, so that's exciting. She's living her best life. And we'll also be talking here in the near future with a few members who help coordinate Special Olympics in both Vermillion and Yankton. Tomorrow, after my show, I'll be talking with Sherry Duke. Sherry is the coordinator for Yankton Special Olympics. And then we'll be coordinating an interview for Vermillion Special Olympics with Brooke, but as well as she's going to bring an athlete, a Special Olympics athlete, to interview as well. So excited for that. Had a chance to talk to Nate Moen, the Special Olympics president, and we'll replay that at some point as well. He is a breath of fresh air, just a dynamo looking to really take Special Olympics to even greater heights. I always hesitate to say new heights. It's been a great program. I've had the pleasure of helping out and even just kind of attending for a number of my friends that are members of Special Olympics. My mom was a longtime home manager for Ability Building Services in Yankton, so that's has a special place in my heart. So hopefully you guys enjoy that as well. But we'll also be doing the regular interviews as well. All right, minute 21 to go here in quarter number 4. So Vermillion JV will fall. I did not get a chance to see the score of the C game. Did you happen to, Parker?
I can't quite remember. I do remember West Central won that game, though.
Okay. Well, if you have to go one, and if you have to lose 2 and win 1, you kind of hope you win the varsity one, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the way. This is good development here, and then try to get that varsity win with some of your starters in the lineup.
Nice job there, though, by West Central, number 30, cutting through and stealing that. Looks like that is Ashlyn Bournes. Bournes to be alive.
Yeah. Bournes. One thing I've got to say about this West Central JV that we might see in this varsity game is a very good 2-3 zone. They can play the passing lane, and they don't relax. I mean, the stereotype with 2-3 zone is letting shooters shoot, and Vermillion's still trying to carve out some open looks.
Well, and it's very flexible, kind of almost like an amoeba, because it's not a strict 2-3 zone, because sometimes you have a third person coming up and all of a sudden it becomes a 3-2. And it's interesting. 15 seconds to go. I think West Central's just going to dribble it out, pass it around. And I believe – oh, okay, they're just going to call a game.
Yeah, during regulation, gave the ref a high five and walked off the court. There you go.
Yeah, so that's the way it'll end. 50-13. Vermillion falls in the JV matchup. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we will start our Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show with Parker Orr. I'm Michael Schumacher, and this is Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube and Fox Sports Radio.
Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion treats you like family. They believe a healthy smile starts with compassionate care. From toddlers to grandparents, their gentle team is here for your whole family. Whether it's a routine checkup or a full smile makeover, they'll keep you comfortable and confident. Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion makes your smile shine. Visit Knutson Family Dentistry online or call today, 605-624-6291.
Fuller Digital Solutions started small, but now we're growing as FDS provides live streaming coverage for over 20 schools across 3 different states on our Fuller Digital Solutions YouTube channel. Subscribe to get notified when we go live for your school events. Big events are captured live, and your business can get noticed with advertising during our live streams. Local talent and camera operators are encouraged to contact us too. For future employment, no experience necessary, we will train. For information about advertising or working with Fuller Digital Solutions, email us and follow us on Facebook.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh, my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team. Fixing pickles since 1984.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank with Parker Orr. I'm Michael Schumacher at the Coliseum in West Central, at West Central High School in Hartford, South Dakota, as we get ready for Vermillion Tanager girls varsity action. Both the JV and C teams fell to West Central, so we'll see if the varsity team can get a victory here. This is all part of the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show. Again, let's take a look at this West Central team. They played 1 week ago tonight. They played Baltic. Now Baltic is 0-2. They beat them 81-29. Now they will play on Friday versus Groton Area. Now Vermillion will play Groton Area on the 2nd. Groton Area currently 0-1. And so tonight, this will be a big matchup for these two Class A teams, both either in the poll or receiving votes. Now Vermillion, well, they fell in their first matchup. That was against Canton the other night. Oops, sorry, getting my papers mixed up here. They fell against Canton in a game that they led for quite a while. They led at the end of the first quarter, led all of the second, but then it was tied up at the end of 3. And so they ended up falling to Canton 58-51. And then they will be playing Ponca on Thursday. That'll be back at the Birdcage. That'll actually be Vermillion girls' first home game, is that game against Ponca. So a chance for them to hopefully either keep on the winning track or get a win, whatever happens with tonight's action. So for this West Central team, you're looking at a number of key players, but in that 81-29 victory over Baltic, they were led in scoring by Casey Jatan, number 10. Casey Jatan had 23 points. Then you had Mackenzie Skonhode with 16 points. Ellie Knight with 16 points, and then 10 points for Abby Thornton. The other starter, Ayla Kramer, did not have any points, but was a plus-minus of plus 30. So plus 30 for her. Ellie Knight was a plus 45. Abby Thornton a plus 46. Mackenzie Skonhode was a plus 34 and a plus 32 for Casey Jatan. Some other players who scored 8 points for Jordan Phillips. She was a plus-minus of plus 11. And so she was the other main scorer for this team. And so they're looking to continue their winning ways. And so they're a good team, a fairly young team. I mean, not old by any way, shape, or form. When you look at Ellie Knight, well, Ellie Knight is just a freshman. Now, Abby Thornton is a senior. Ayla Kramer is a senior. But Casey Jatan, well, she is just a sophomore. Mackenzie Skonhold is just a junior. So this is a team that's going to have a lot of this coming back. Also, Jordan Phillips is a sophomore. Kaylee Schultz is a sophomore. So really, the only seniors on the team are the two captains, Ayla Kramer and Abby Thornton. When we come back, we'll take a look at this Vermillion Tanager team and what they need to do to be successful. And we'll also be talking with Coach John Brooks. We'll be back. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. This is the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show on Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube.
To be honest, it's the people that I work with. I love what I do. You gotta love what you do to come every day. But the people I work with make coming 10 times easier. You want to be a part of a team that cares for you and that actually put in the time to teach you and show you the things to do in the proper way. You're just full of people who care.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
Welcome back to our Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show as we get ready to bring you some Vermillion Tanager basketball as they take on the Trojans of West Central. And we are going to be highlighting the Vermillion Tanagers, talking to Coach John Brooks. Coach, how you doing today?
Doing good, Michael. Thanks.
Well, it's so funny. It's hard to kind of get into the rhythm of basketball season sometimes. It's far different than football. And so I appreciate you carving out some time for me. But, obviously there's been some weather over the last few days. And has that affected your guys' ability to practice, or has that kind of thrown a wrench into the works in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, played that game against Kent, and then we had the whole week off until West Central to get practice time in. But we had one practice canceled due to weather. But besides that, we've been able to get our practices in, and got our girls through that first game. Got a lot of kids at their first varsity experience, and then settle them into practice. And now we have a big week ahead with 3 games this week, starting with West Central tonight.
Well, and let's talk about that Canton game, because Canton, obviously, I think they're going to be a good team. But you guys were ahead for most of it. Starting late in that first quarter, ahead through the second and third, until it tied at the end of the third. And we kind of talked about that in the post game. A lot of those girls, it was their first time out there, and you kind of saw a difference in it's easier to be ahead than behind, obviously. How did they react? How have the practices been? Do you feel like they recognize, okay, this is what we need to do now?
Yeah, I think, and it's going to take time. There's going to be some growing pains and all that stuff, and it's just going to come with getting games in. And we're really going to hit it this week, and it's one of those things where they really do just need varsity game minutes, and we can practice as hard as we can and do all those types of things, but we all know practice is not like a game. So that Kent game, you could kind of see like we said, in the fourth quarter. Once we got behind a little bit, our youth and inexperience showed, and but we have a lot of time. That's only game 1, and we're trying to be as good as we can when February rolls around. So I know that this group will continue to improve.
Well, and that does bring you to tonight, where you're taking on West Central. And they're always a tough competition. The first boys-girls doubleheader of the season, and so that's always a different atmosphere as well, and it's on the road, so you obviously already have some road experience, so that's kind of one thing that is off the table. But what do you expect from this West Central team? Yeah, they're very good this year. For West Central, they've been down a little bit the last few years, but they're definitely back this year. And it starts with Jatan and Knight, both our starters from last year. Jatan is very, very talented. Knight is very, very talented at point guard. Both going to be college basketball players someday at a high level. So we got to find a way to contain those two as well as we can. Then they got Thornton back inside, Kramer back. That's a really good 3-point shooter. And then Skonhold is a new kid on their team that transferred in this year, and she's their other starters. So they got good depth coming off the bench. They played 8 or 9 kids. A lot of athletes, a lot of good size. I kind of going into this season, I think
Sioux Falls Christian and Langston kind of separate themselves at the top of the conference, I think. But right under them, West Central's right there as next, them and probably Dakota Valley there. So we got a huge challenge for us tonight.
Well, and they started off with a big victory on the 9th, just 1 week ago against Baltic. Now that, Baltic, it's kind of tough to tell, but 81-29, so they did not take any prisoners in that one. What do you guys need to do? What do you need to see from your team? And obviously, we've talked about it before, wins and losses. Obviously, you want to win, but aside from that, what do you hope to see from your team from game 1 to game 2?
Well, I think the biggest thing for us is physically. We're playing 4 sophomores and a junior to start. We're playing an 8th grader off the bench, and then we got our few seniors. But physically, being able to hold up defensively and rebounding is going to be a challenge for us this year. Just with the youth that we have, and you get teams like West Central that are very athletic. That's the first number one concern. So we have to be able to rebound the basketball. We have to be able to match them in the paint to have a chance, and then offensively. We just need kids to keep getting comfortable in the roles, and we need kids to be aggressive. We can't just look to Taylor to score every time. And we have kids that can shoot it. We have kids that can put the ball in the hoop, and we need kids to play with confidence on that end.
Well, and then the other challenge is this week, you go from having 1 game and then a week's rest to practice and stuff to now, like you said, 3 games in this week. What does a week like this tell you about your team, and how do you prepare for it?
Yeah, this group has never been through something like this, a 3-game week like this. And I would say, obviously, physically it's tasking, but mentally, you play West Central on Tuesday night, then the next day on Wednesday, you got to forget everything that just happened, whether you won or lost, and you're going through a new scouting report, and you got to be ready to play Ponca the next day. And after that game, you come into practice on Friday, you got to forget about all that. You got to go through a new scouting report and be ready to play Sergeant Bluff on Saturday. And a lot of these kids for us are playing C-team basketball. This is the first time they've ever gone through scouting reports. So it's just it's a big week for them. It's a challenge, and but we're going to continue to grow, and I'm excited to see how they handle it.
Well, I think it's going to be a fun week. I think it's going to be a fun season. It's one of those where I think because of the unknown, it's going to be fun to see the girls develop, and you're going to see different personalities take place, and I think it's going to be a fun season to watch. Well, Coach, as always, again, thank you so much for carving out the time for me. Really appreciate it, and best of luck tonight against West Central.
You bet. Thanks, Michael.
That was Coach John Brooks of the Vermillion Tanagers as they get ready to take on the West Central Trojans. Again, West Central defeated Baltic 81-29, and Vermillion's coming off that loss to Canton, so we'll see what continues here for these two teams, if it's a winning streak for West Central, if it's a rebound for Vermillion. But keep it tuned here to Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion and Yankton, along with Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube for the best coverage of Vermillion athletics. I'm Michael Schumacher, along with Parker Orr, and we'll be right back.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank with Parker Orr. I'm Michael Schumacher. We are at the Coliseum in at West Central High School in Hartford, South Dakota, as we get ready for starting lineup. Starting lineup for West Central will feature Ellie Knight. Ellie Knight, a freshman on this team, number 1 freshman, 5'8" guard. Also be Mackenzie Schoenhold, a 5'8" junior forward. You'll also be seeing number 10, Casey Jaton, a 5'10" sophomore forward/guard. Number 14, Ayla Kramer, one of the captains of this team, a 5'8" senior guard. As well as number 23, Abby Thornton, the other captain on this team, a 5'8" senior forward. So again, Ellie Knight, Ayla Kramer, Abby Thornton, Mackenzie Schoenhold, and Casey Jaton, the starting lineup for West Central. And for Vermillion, it does appear it's going to be the usual, or not the usual. We're 2 games in, so I don't know if you can
say you have a usual yet, but we're looking at Izzy Richardson, Lexi Hansen, Callie Schultz, I believe Shaylin Hinseth, and, of course, Taylor Roovers. Because normally you have 5 players out there. I only see 4 that have taken their warm-ups off, so those 4 I know are starters. But it's the 5th one that I believe will be Shaylin Hinseth, especially the way she played. Yes, Shaylin Hinseth. She just took off the warm-up. I'm like, the way she played, I'd be surprised if she wasn't starting. I really believe, Parker, that she and Callie Schultz are going to be and Lexi Hansen. But Callie Schultz needs to maintain her presence in the middle. And then if Shaylin Hinseth and Lexi Hansen can create that inside-outside, and especially Shaylin, I think she has a really nice ability to dribble, drive, and penetrate, but she also has that length. And Lexi Hansen, I think, has that ability too. I think she just needs a little more confidence. So we'll see what they're able to do tonight. And so we'll be getting ready for the national anthem. Find that I don't know, we don't have a really great angle of the flag, but we always like to pause for the national anthem and recognize our veterans. My favorite veteran, obviously, is my daughter, Leela, who currently serves with the National Guard in North Carolina. My dad, Gary Schumacher, who served in the Army in the Vietnam era. My uncle Leroy, who served in the Army in the Korean War era. My late uncle Richard Harvey and my late uncle George Dyson, who served in the Navy and the Air Force, respectively. So we'll see. I believe they'll do the national anthem first, so we'll pause for that, and we'll let them, and we'll listen to that as well.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in the air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That was West Central parent Kim Kramer with the national anthem. If you've never sung the national anthem, man, it's so easy in that last third. If you've brought it too high, there is no bringing it back down without changing key and it really sounding awkward. So there are times where you are just kind of out there on a tightrope. And I sing it at the men's basketball game on the 28th, and I'm already nervous. So we'll see how that goes. But
It'll go great.
Yeah. We're getting ready for the starting lineups here again. Brought to you by Central Farmers Cooperative. For decades, Central Farmers Cooperative have been serving their communities and the ag leaders in that community. So for the starting lineups, brought to you by Central Farmers Cooperative. All right, so Izzy Richardson starting for Vermillion, along with Lexi Hansen starting for Vermillion.
So Izzy Richardson, a 5'5 sophomore guard, number 4. Lexi Hansen, 5'10 sophomore guard, number 10. Number 11, Taylor Ruvers, a 5'5 sophomore guard. Then you also have Shaylin Hinseth, number 22, a 5'10 sophomore forward. And then Callie Schultz, a 6'1 junior center. So one thing you did notice, no seniors listed as in that starting lineup. Now there are seniors on the team. Sydney Johnson, Marasia Warren, and Delaney Schmidt, all seniors on this squad. So that's your starting lineup for Vermillion. As we'll be bringing you the action here. And then starting for West Central, we have again, as they get ready to announce them here, as there's the hype video. A hype video. So we're going to pause for the hype video again. This should be a fun matchup. This is a really good West Central team, and they're young as well. But they do have 2 seniors in that starting lineup. But then you look at Ellie Knight, just a freshman, Casey Jatan, a sophomore, and Mackenzie Schoenhold, a junior. So 3 underclassmen. Of course, Vermillion again with the 5 underclassmen starting, 4 sophomores and a junior. Again, Vermillion coming off that loss to Canton, where they led the entirety of the second and third quarters. They led towards the end of the first quarter. But then once they got behind, you could just kind of tell they tightened up a little bit. And instead of being confident and taking that shot, I think a lot of them were fearing failure, so they would just give it up to Taylor. And Taylor had to take that on, and I think then Canton realized that. So we'll see. They've had a week to work on things, and Coach Brooks just, I think, hopefully maybe settle them down, especially now that they've had their first varsity experience. So again, Ellie Knight, 5'8 freshman guard starting. Mackenzie Schoenhold, number 5, a 5'8 junior forward. Casey Jatone, number 10, a 5'10 sophomore forward/guard. Ayla Kramer, number 14, a 5'8 senior guard. And then Abby Thornton, number 23, a 5'8 senior forward. So those are your starting lineups tonight for Vermillion and West Central. West Central will be in their white uniforms with blue numbers and letters with that gold trim. Vermillion in their red uniforms with white letters and numbers with black trim and black pinstripes or black piping down the sides. So those are definitely contrasting uniforms. Should not have any trouble differentiating between the two. So we get ready for tip-off here. Tipping off for Vermillion will be Shaylin Hinseth. Tipping off for West Central will be Abby Thornton. Again, Shaylin Hinseth, I think she's going to be a difference maker for this team. You know, Shaylin is 5'10", but athletic and can jump, good length. I think she's going to be a player. And so the tip does go to West Central, moving right to left. And Vermillion kind of in a one-on-one or man-to-man. Quick drive is unsuccessful, but the rebound does go to Thornton. And she gets it out to Mackenzie Schoenhold, and no good. And rebound does get tracked down by Ayla Kramer. And so that one will be out of bounds. Ooh, off of Vermillion. So that will still stay with West Central.
Great physical defense there from the Tanagers to just put ball pressure.
They really were doing a nice job. And so here's Schoenhold, gets it over to Knight. Knight drives into the paint, loses control of it. Izzy Richardson did not realize it, and so Taylor Ruvers will have control. And so that's going to be a foul on Ellie Knight. A foul on Ellie Knight, so that's an early foul. First personal, first team. So 7:16 to go. Taylor Ruvers going to bring the ball up for Vermillion. Izzy Richardson over to Lexi Hansen. And boy, Ruvers for three. Oh, cannot get it to fall. And that rebound that'll be a jump ball. That'll stay with Vermillion as Richardson got on the floor. A lot of contact between Knight and Ruvers there. I'm surprised something wasn't called as Ellie Knight flew. So they're discussing this.
They were just confusing where the ball's going, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, because West Central was lined up on the baseline to inbound, and so here comes Vermillion. Izzy Richardson on the baseline. Richardson looking for somebody, looking for anyone. Gets it over to Roovers on the right side. Roovers guarded by Knight. Little floater for Roovers, up and in, and Vermillion is on the board first, leading 2-0 here. A minute 14 in to quarter number 1. And so here's Casey Jaton on the outside, guarded by Izzy Richardson. A little bit of a size advantage. Thornton down low. Good defense there by Lexi Hansen, but West Central able to get the ball back and then loses control. So Vermillion really with some high pressure, intense defense. I think they're keeping West Central from getting that shot that they want. As long as they're able to do it without getting in foul trouble, Coach Brooks, I'm sure, is going to keep that up. So here comes Roovers with the ball. Roovers at the top of the key, and she'll pop that one if she wants to, but here's Shaylin Hinseth over to Roovers. Ellie Knight's going to get tired guarding Roovers, and here's Lexi Hansen up with the left hand. Ooh, unable to connect. Rebound onto the floor. That's going to be another jump ball. That one will go to West Central. So that's the second jump ball in less than 2 minutes of play. So Lexi Hansen had a bit of a shot with the left hand, just could not get it to complete. As Mackenzie Schoenhold comes up, she has that big knee brace on the left knee. We'll see if that affects her at all tonight as Callie Schultz gets that steal. As here's Roovers, cross-court pass to Hansen. Hansen on the block, has that blocked. And here's Schoenhold. She's going to get it over to Thornton. Thornton up, no good. Rebound, Taylor Roovers. So Vermillion up 2-0. We're 2.5 minutes into this game. And if you're Vermillion, you have to be happy with what you're seeing so far. Roovers, long three. That's going to be just off the iron, and that'll be out of bounds off of Shaylin Hinseth, so West Central gets that ball back. And Roovers had the shot. I mean, that was not a forced shot at all. Maybe a little bit further out than you'd like to see her take it, but it was clear. It was open.
Yeah, definitely has that extended range, so you can't leave her open even a couple feet behind the line.
And here's a three-point attempt. In and out. Oh, Ayla Kramer in and out on that one. Still looking for her first points of the season. As Roovers drives in. Floater up and in for Roovers. She has 4 points. She's coming off a 30-plus point performance against Canton. 4-0 Vermillion out to that early lead. As here comes Jaton. Jaton up, no good. Rebound into the hands of Izzy Richardson. So Vermillion doing a really nice job of not allowing offensive rebounds ever since that first possession. Roovers will take that one, and that's going to be left short, and that'll be an air ball, and that'll land out of bounds, and that'll go back to West Central.
Yeah, on defense, the Tanagers are really able to – they're collapsing off shooters, and they're setting a box out very early after the shot attempt. As long as they don't let West Central get those perimeter shots up, this might be a pretty good game defensively.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see if Vermillion can keep this up, and I hope they can, as they do get that down low, but unable to connect with Schoenhold. And that rebound is into Lexi Hansen, and they're going to call a jump ball. Kind of had to go through Lexi to get the hands on the ball. I'm surprised they didn't call it a foul. I think that's probably indicative of them allowing them to play tonight.
Exactly. A lot of physicality, a lot of jump balls so far. Most in the first quarter I think I've seen.
Yeah, exactly. We are now about halfway through this first quarter. 4:05 to go. Roovers drives in, kicks it out to Hansen. Hansen thought about taking the three. Drives in, up with the left hand, up and in, and fouled. Lexi Hansen with the bucket, hoping to get the harm. As that foul is going to be on Schoenhold. Schoenhold with her first personal, second team foul. And Lexi Hansen, boy, she had some trouble against Canton with free throws, so it'd be great to see her get off the schneid here, and that is off the back iron, no good. And boy, that free throws are going to be important, but Vermillion up 6-0 right now. Nice steal there by Izzy Richardson, created by Taylor Roovers, but Richardson will get the credit for the steal. And Roovers
to the elbow. She'll pop, she'll shoot, and just left it short. That's the second air ball for her. Uncharacteristic shooting for Roovers right now, as that's a long three taken there by Jatan. And that hit the basket support, so that'll go back to Vermillion. So West Central still looking for their first basket 4.5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, no, it has been a standout shutout here so far from the Tanagers. West Central's not able to get anything easy. And like you said, no offensive rebounds means you get very limited shots.
That is correct. And this, again, is a team that scored 81 points against Baltic. Now, Baltic is a smaller school, so, I mean, it's a grain of salt, but 81 points is 81 points. You know what I mean? As that's Tessa Nelson in there now for Vermillion. Gets it over to Roovers. Roovers down low to Marisha Warren. Has that blocked, but Warren gets it back out. And who hit that one? I did not see who hit that. I apologize. Oh, Tessa Nelson hit that. So Nelson with her first points of the night. I apologize. I was looking down and wow. Abby Thornton unable to get success on that one. Rebound there to Taylor Roovers. So 8-0 with 2:38 to go in quarter number one. Roovers for a long three. Oh, just off the back iron. Just a little off tonight for Taylor. Might be forcing it just a little bit, but it's okay. You know, sometimes shooters have to shoot. And there's Jatan unable to connect. And Shaylin Hinseth got the rebound and was fouled. So that'll be a foul on West Central. And that's going to be on Thornton, I believe. That'll be her first personal and third team foul with 2:21 to go. So Hansen inbounds the ball to Roovers. West Central doesn't really do a full court presser. They haven't so far. And so Vermillion's able to walk the ball up. Roovers drives in, has that blocked, and then gets her own rebound, but steps on the out-of-bounds line. So again, Taylor taking a lot on herself right now. She does have 4 points. As here comes Delaney Schmidt for Shaylin Hinseth. So Delaney Schmidt, Marisha Warren, Lexi Hansen, Tessa Nelson, and Taylor Roovers out there for Vermillion. So a minute 55 to go. We are 6 minutes into this game. As Thornton travels with it, that'll be a turnover back to Vermillion. And you can see a little frustration on the Trojans' faces, too, with some of this. As there's a small but mighty student section for Vermillion here. As you heard them chanting, "You can't do that." Roovers gets it over to Schmidt on the right side. Hansen gets a cutting Schmidt up with the right hand. Oh, and she is unable to connect. And then Schmidt will get the foul off of that. Man, I think Schmidt was almost surprised how open she was. And so it led to her shooting just a little bit harder than she needed to. I think she got caught too. Do you just go with the floater, or do you bank it off the backboard?
Yeah, exactly. It's a split-second decision, and it's really tough when the pass, you weren't maybe anticipating it.
And she did a little bit of both, which led to no success. Thornton up with the right hand, and that'll be the first bucket for the Trojans. It's now 8-2. Vermillion with a minute 20 to go here in quarter number one. Roovers kicks it out to Nelson. Nelson for three. Off the back iron, and that'll be out of bounds off of West Central. And that is off of Bailey Stallman. Stallman out there for the Trojans, along with Kayla Schultz. As two of the newbies with Ellie Knight, Abby Thornton, and Casey Jatan. Roovers gets the ball into Hansen. Hansen on the block, up and in. Nice move by Lexi Hansen for her second bucket of the game as well. She saw an opening, and that's going to prove fruitful. If she's willing to drive like that, West Central's going to have to respect that. So less than a minute to go, 10-2, Vermillion leads. There's a three-point attempt, and that will be off, as that was by Bailey Stallman. That'll be out of bounds off of West Central. So with 48 seconds, 47.9 seconds to go in quarter number one, Vermillion to inbound. As Sydney Johnson checks in for Vermillion. Lexi Hansen, or Tessa Nelson. Nope, Lexi Hansen will check out. I apologize. From this angle, a lot of them look the same, and if I can't see the number, it's like, Taylor, I know. And here's Taylor at the top of the key. She'll take that one. Oh, just off the back iron, but she will track down her own rebound. And the shot clock is off. Shot clock, game clock are the same. So Vermillion will probably play for the last shot here, leading 10-2. Boy, I do not think this first quarter could have gone better for Vermillion than this.
No, I agree. I mean, everyone is crashing for rebounds. Everyone is playing great defense. And then, like we just saw with Lexi Hansen, they're making really smart plays and driving when it's necessary.
And so Rivers drives in. Oh, no foul called. And West Central had not established themselves in bounds when she grabbed that. So 2.8 seconds to go. I'm kind of shocked there wasn't a foul called on that one. A lot of contact on Taylor as she drove to the basket.
Yeah, they must have thought it was just a lot of lower body instead of upper body contact, but that was very, very physical play there.
So Rivers to check in as the kind of an hockey line change. Rivers gets it into Hansen, and Hansen is fouled, and that is going to be Casey Jaton with the foul, so 1.6 seconds to go. Now that is the fourth team foul, so if they were to foul on this inbounds, that would result in free throws. So we'll see, but 1.6 seconds, they're probably going to say, good luck. Rivers not inbounding now. She's unable to get the shot up in time, so that's the way the quarter will end. Vermillion 10, West Central 2 after quarter number 1 on the Mesaba scoreboard. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on Fox Sports Radio and Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
Her shot's just a...
Get the finest wood in the neighborhood. Down at the lumberyard. Down at the lumberyard.
But it's not just wood at the lumberyard. With a wide variety of quality building materials, the folks at the lumberyard can help you with all of your project needs. Whether it be paint, siding, cabinets, windows, or of course lumber, the lumberyard is ready to help. The best wood in the neighborhood at the lumberyard, 1000 West Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. After quarter number 1, Vermillion leads West Central 10-2. Vermillion played really good defense. That led to some nice chances on scoring. Really, after that first possession where West Central got like 3 or 4 offensive rebounds, Vermillion really limited those offensive rebounds. So on the Mesaba scoreboard, it is 10-2. With Parker Orr, I'm Michael Schumacher, and West Central will begin with possession. So it's Bailey Stallman to inbound, gets it into Ellie Knight. Also out there, Abby Thornton. You also have Kayla Schultz and Casey Jaton. Yeah, Jaton probably took a couple of extra steps there. I'm surprised they didn't call something. But rebound there to Lexi Hansen off the miss by Jaton. Hansen having a really nice game. Really nice game. And here's Ruvers. Over to Shaylin Hinseth. Hansen at the top of the key. Over to Izzy Richardson. They get it down low to Hinseth on the block, and she's going to be fouled on the shot. I think that's going to be on Thornton. I think that's going to be her first team foul of this. Nope, foul's going to be on Stallman. So Stallman's first, team's first, but Lexi Hansen Shaylin Hinseth going to the line to shoot 2. Don't know that she's been to the line before. Hinseth off the back iron, so that's Vermillion 0 for 2 from the line so far. And that was kind of a bugaboo against Canton. They left a lot of meat on the bone when you start talking about free throws. So now in for West Central, you have number 14, Ayla Kramer, and number 5, Mackenzie Schoenhold. And that one is also off the back iron. So 0 for 3 now. So here's Ellie Knight. So rebound by Ruvers on another miss. As Hansen will take the 3. Ooh, just off the back iron. Oh, long ahead to Mackenzie Schoenhold, and that is an easy 2 for West Central. Boy, Vermillion did not get back on defense there. 10-4 now. Good buddy. Roovers for 3, drains it. Taylor Roovers, you knew she was eventually going to hit. You can't keep a shooter down.
No, exactly. Just had to get used to these West Central baskets.
And that's down low to Schoenhold. Sends it back out to Knight. Knight drives in, loses control. Oh, are they going to call a foul?
I guess the only thing you can say there is she didn't have quite verticality with both her hands up, just one of them, but there was no contact on the arm.
So they called that on Izzy Richardson. That's her first personal. First team. Marasia Warren will check in. Callie Schultz will check out. It just, I've seen a lot more contact that they didn't call anything on, so I was just surprised. And I can see maybe where they thought, but it was kind of the trailing ref, and sometimes those are weird angles too, as they get that up top to Mackenzie Schoenhold. Over to Knight. Knight, a player with some good size and good handles, and they get it into Ayla Kramer. Kramer can't hit, and that is going to be a rebound for Schultz, and Schultz is going to be fouled on the putback. And that's going to be on Taylor Roovers. Roovers' first personal, second team foul. As Katie Schultz is on the line. First free throw attempt for West Central, no good. So maybe this is just a thing where these baskets don't like free throws going in. So combined 0 for 4 from the free throw line between Vermillion and West Central right now. Schultz's second free throw is up, and that is good. That is good. So 13-5, Vermillion leads. Both teams have scored 3 points so far this quarter. We're about 2 minutes in. Roovers just across the midcourt line. Guarded there by Schoenhold. Over to Richardson. Richardson doesn't take the 3. Gets it out to Roovers. Roovers will take it and drains it. Taylor Roovers with 10 points already. 10 points and 5 rebounds according to my statistics that are never wrong. And so here is Casey Jaton. And that's going to be an offensive foul, a moving screen, I believe, on Casey Schultz. So that's going to be Schultz's first personal, second team foul on West Central. Nothing on the stating that my stats are never wrong.
Oh no, I think the high school should use them, honestly.
I think so too. Weird how they don't add up to the actual score, but yeah, whatever. Here's Roovers, guarded by Jaton, or Schoenhold, I apologize. So Ellie Knight's not out there right now. I believe that's why she's not on Taylor. But it felt like Schoenhold was guarding Roovers before that. And that three-point attempt by Hansen is off, and Schoenhold with the rebound. She's driving up. She's at the top of the key. Gets it over to Schultz. Schultz over to Stallman. And here's Jaton. As Ayla Kramer will drive in past Shaylin Hinseth. Cannot get it to fall. And that will be rebounded, though, by Schoenhold over to Kaylee Schultz, sorry. Long three-pointer. No good. Rebound into the hands. Back into the hands of Jaton. Jaton up with the right hand and in for her first bucket of the night. So 16-7. Vermillion now leads by 9. Roovers, long three. And she drains it again. She is obviously feeling something. Roovers now with 13 points, leading 19-7, and a timeout being taken. We'll take a timeout as well. It's a 30-second timeout brought to you by Masaba, or brought to you by Murph's Appliance. This is Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Vermillion leads 19-7 on the Masaba scoreboard.
Welcome to Runnings in Vermillion. Shop their great lineup of clothes for women. Names like Ariat and Carhartt for men. Boots and shoes and kids' clothing. Runnings has a large supply of animal food and accessories. Love the outdoors? See the selection of ammo, firearms, and fishing equipment. For everything you need, walk through the doors at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on Fox Sports Radio and Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube. On the Masaba scoreboard with 4:35 to go in the first half, Vermillion leads 19-7. So that timeout taken by Coach Brooks and Vermillion. So they have 4 timeouts remaining. West Central to inbound the ball. That was Stallman. Gets it into Ellie Knight, who's back in. Again, over to the left-hand side to Schoenhold. Schoenhold drives back into the paint. Up with the right hand and cannot get it to fall. Rebound there by Stallman, though, amongst the trees as they get it into Schoenhold. Schoenhold with a nice move, and that is going to be, they're going to call a foul on Shaylin Hinseth, I believe, on the shot. So Schoenhold will go to the line to shoot 2. So that is Hinseth's first. That is the 3rd team foul of the quarter here, about halfway through. 4:13 to go in quarter number 2. And Mackenzie Schoenhold will go to the line to shoot 2. So out there for Vermillion, Marasia Warren, Lexi Hansen, Izzy Richardson, Taylor Ruvers, and Shaylin Hinseth. For West Central, you have Mackenzie Schoenhold, Casey Jatan, Ayla Kramer, Ellie Knight, and Bailey Stallman. First free throw is up and good for Schoenhold. That is point number 3 for her. And misses the second. And the ball ends up on the floor, rebound into the hands of West Central, and that is going to be a timeout taken by West Central. And that'll be a 30-second timeout, I believe. And we'll take a 30-second timeout as well, brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. 19-8 on the Masaba scoreboard. Tanager basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
The Dairy Queen Grill and Chill in Vermillion is proud to support local athletics like USD and the Tanagers. The DQ fall flavors are in, and DQ has great food at great prices. Get a $7 meal deal. Choose from a cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken basket with fries, a drink, and a sundae for only $7. Got an office team party or birthday party? If you want to celebrate, don't bake, buy a DQ cake. And DQ supports the Sanford Children's Network. So after the game, take your team for a thrill to the Dairy Queen Grill and Chill, 905 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, South Dakota.
Right. But as soon as there's a rebound, there should have been time off the clock as they're rolling on the ground for it. So I was just telling Parker, no time ran off the clock despite all of that action following the missed free throw. So no, they never started the clock. It's still at 4:13.
Yeah, it should be like 4:09 right now.
At the very least, because that ball bounced around. But West Central inbounds the ball. Here's a long 3 by Jatan, rebound there by Taylor Ruvers. Ruvers getting double teamed, gets it over to Izzy Richardson. Richardson has it knocked away by Mackenzie Schoenhold. So that will go back to stay with Vermillion. Shaylin Hinseth to inbound. Here comes Tessa Nelson. Tessa Nelson in for Marasia Warren. Tessa Nelson, just an 8th grader, a 5'7" 8th grader. So seeing her out there gives you that hope for the future too. You're seeing sophomores and 8th graders and freshmen. Right now it is 4 sophomores and an 8th grader out there for Vermillion as Taylor Ruvers has the ball, guarded by Casey Jatan, and Ruvers with another 3. That's 4 straight threes that she has hit. She now has 15 points, or 16 points, and there's a little floater there for Casey Jatan. And she now has 4 points, 22-10. They get it down low to Hansen. Hinseth can't hit as she got pressure from behind, and they're going to call a foul on Richardson. And that felt like legs just got tied up. Didn't feel like maybe there was a foul there, but with 3:27 to go, Izzy Richardson will pick up her 2nd personal. That is the 4th team compared to 2 team fouls this quarter for West Central. 5 team fouls gets you into the bonus. Remember, there is no 1-and-1 anymore, which I miss, but there is just a 2-shot bonus each quarter. So here comes Kramer. Picks up a dribble, gets it over to Knight. Knight guarded by Taylor Ruvers. Schoenhold with a turnaround jumper, unable to hit. Rebound there by Ruvers. I have her down for 7 rebounds to go with her 16 points. 3 minutes to go here in the first half. Ruvers gets it down to Richardson, just a little bit high. It was a great shot, probably 6 to 8 inches lower, and Richardson has maybe a cut to the basket. Just a little bit high for her, though.
Yeah, I think they need to really start utilizing having multiple people in the backcourt because obviously West Central's starting to press. So a shorter pass there, and they'll probably adjust pretty quickly here.
So here's Knight at the top of the key for West Central as Vermillion really sticking with that man-to-man. And there's a little floater there for Jatan. She now has 6 points.
So makes it a 10-point lead still for Vermillion, 22-12. Roovers in the backcourt. Gets it ahead to Richardson. Richardson to the three-point line, pulls it back up as they really are pressuring now. And here's Knight on Roovers. Roovers, step back three, drains it. Roovers, that is 5 consecutive threes now for Roovers, giving her 19 points on the evening here in the first half as Knight gets it over to Jeton. Jeton guarded by Richardson, about a 6-inch height difference, I believe. So if Jeton wanted to take her down low, she probably could if she wanted to back her down. But here's Knight, hits a cutting Jeton. Little step there for Jeton. Nice move there. Gives her 8 points on the night. So 1:49 to go. Vermillion leads by 11. They get it over to Richardson, who tries to get it over to Tessa Nelson, as that is stolen away by West Central. Up with the right hand, and no good for Jeton, but she is fouled by Hinseth, and that will be her second personal. And that would be the bonus either way. So Vermillion getting a little flustered by that press of West Central's and the pressure. So we'll see if Coach Brooks is able to get his team settled down. So first free throw by Jeton is no good. So Jeton's first free throw is unsuccessful. They are now 2 for 5 from the free throw line. Vermillion 0 for 3. So both teams have missed 3 free throws. Second free throw is good. So they have now cut that lead back to 25-15. As Hansen gets it over to Richardson. Richardson over to Roovers. They need to hurry to get it across the timeline. They just do as Roovers drives in. Little floater up, no good. Rebound, Callie Schultz, though. Wow. The way Thornton brought her hand down, I thought there'd be a foul called there, but Callie Schultz loses control to Thornton. As here's Schoenhold, drives in. Wow. And they're going to call a foul on Callie Schultz. See, I really felt like it was being called equitably early on. I really feel like I felt like there maybe should have been a foul down on Thornton there, the way they've been calling it tonight. Mm-hmm. At least in the second quarter compared to the first. But Schoenhold goes to the line to shoot 2. First free throw is up and good. So 1:12 to go on the Mesaba scoreboard. 25-16 Vermillion leads. They did lead by 8 coming into the quarter. West Central looking to get it back down to 8, and Schoenhold is successful in doing that. 25-17 as Roovers has the ball with 1:10 to go. They get it ahead to Delaney Schmidt, who has that ball knocked out of bounds by Schoenhold. And again, that press by West Central is really dealing Vermillion some fits. So Roovers with 1:03 brings the ball up, 25 seconds on the shot clock to get it over to Hansen. And they're going to call a jump ball on that as Stallman got in there. And that'll stay with Vermillion, so 56.7 seconds remaining. As Schmidt gets it over to Taylor Roovers, she'll bring it back to the top of the key. Over to Tessa Nelson, back over to Lexi Hansen. Down low to Warren on the block. Kicks it out to Roovers. Roovers will take the 3. Ooh, in and out. As Schoenhold will get the rebound. 36 seconds to go. About 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. So 25-17. Vermillion with that 8-point lead. They've maintained it and added to it, and West Central's cut it back in. And that is going to be out of bounds off of Warren. As Thornton kind of came through Warren to knock the ball away on that rebound, and then it ended up bouncing out of bounds. So now you have Ellie Knight along the baseline to inbound. 20 seconds to go here in quarter number 2. Vermillion hoping to maintain that 8-point lead. West Central looking to cut into it, and Schoenhold no good on the 3-point attempt, and that is going to be out of bounds off of West Central. So Vermillion with a chance for the final shot here if they can break that press. So Schmidt will be inbounding the ball on the baseline. It's Schmidt, Hansen, Roovers, Nelson, and Warren. So here's Hansen over to Schmidt. And that's going to be a hold on Ellie Knight. And they can do that. They can afford to do that. That's Knight's second personal, and that's only the third team foul. So they're not in danger of getting to that bonus yet, so they can let them play just a little bit, and they can try to foul to keep them from getting that final shot. So Schmidt to inbound, gets it into Roovers. Roovers cuts through, 5, 4. She drives ahead, up at the floater, no call. And so Roovers, I think, a little frustrated that there wasn't a call there. A lot of contact on a shot in the paint, but that is what it is. And we go to half, 25-17. Vermillion maintaining that 8-point lead. We'll be back with our Vermillion Chamber and First Dakota National Bank halftime show after these messages. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Groups, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Clay County Abstract and Title Company has a complex job that boils down to something very simple: helping you purchase your dream with confidence. When investing in a new home, a new site for your business, or piece of property, you want peace of mind that the property is truly yours. Clay County Abstract and Title Company has been doing just that since 1946. Clay County Abstract and Title Company, proud supporters of Vermillion activities and proud to be a part of your dreams come true.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
I'm Blaine Olson, owner of Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. I grew up here, graduated here, and now have a business here. I'm proud to serve the community that has helped me live this dream. I have top-notch equipment, the latest in training, along with a work ethic and the desire to serve you. Should you need repairs in the future, please remember Blaine's Body Shop across from Polaris on the Highway 50 bypass in Vermillion.
Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Now online at blainesbodyshop.com.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanagers Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. On the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion leads at the half, 25-17. Now, Vermillion got out to an early lead and never looked back. Now, West Central that's ebbed and flowed, but has stayed at that 8-point mark, 8-10, all the way through. But Vermillion led 10-2 after the first quarter, leading 25-17 here at the half. Vermillion being led by Taylor Roovers, 19 points. Now, she got off to a really slow start, but she started really feeling herself there in the second quarter. At one point, hit 5 consecutive three-pointers. Honestly, the one that missed hit every side of that rim before it rolled out. So she now has 19 points to go with her 7 rebounds. Lexi Hansen has 4 points and 2 points for Tessa Nelson. So even though it is just Taylor Roovers with 76% of the scoring for Vermillion, it really is a team game. Callie Schultz has had a few rebounds. Shaylin Hinseth has had some really good defense. Izzy Richardson, I think she's been playing some really good ball just as a cog in there to keep that ball moving. So everyone's playing a part for this Tanager team. Marasia Warren has had some moments as well. For West Central, now their scoreboard is wrong because they have Bailey Stallman with 9 points, and she hasn't scored yet. So what it is, it's 9 points for Casey Jaton, 5 points for Mackenzie Schoenhold, 2 points for Abby Thornton, and then 1 point for Kaylee Schultz. So that's your 17 points. I looked up there, and they have 9 points for Bailey Stallman. Now she's had a great first half coming off the bench, but she has not scored. So my stats are not always perfect, but I know I'm not that far off where my numbers actually add up correctly. So the biggest thing is Vermillion needs to see they did not handle that press well the last half of that second quarter. So we'll see if Coach Brooks is able to kind of talk to them here at halftime and devise something to work with that. If they're able to work with maybe some of their taller players just as kind of those kind of statues of liberty for Taylor to work with, work through to dump the ball off and maybe get the ball back. So that'll be a key, I think.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Taylor Rivers was taking over a little bit too much with the outside shot once it started falling down. West Central takes out the press. Like you said, they'll adjust it. They'll kind of game plan for it a little bit more here. Vermillion was prepared for the press. They switched to a formation, willing to do so with multiple people in the backcourt. But we might see a little bit of a lineup change where if the press continues, I would not be surprised if they put in an extra guard or so, just so they can have a lot more ball handling when Taylor doesn't have the ball. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. What if they just experiment? You inbound it, Taylor's past the half-court line, and then you're trying to, guard her down the court. We'll see how they adjust to this. But
and that would be like a Sydney Johnson, I think, is more of that low center of gravity, low to the – and that's kind of what you want in a ball handler because that minimizes that height advantage if they're having to try to reach down to try to get the ball. So we'll see if that's something that comes to fruition. I think the other key is, and I mentioned this early on, Ellie Knight, who had 16 points in their game against Baltic, has not scored. When she's in there, though, she's defensively on Taylor, and I think that's going to tire her out. She was out there for a little while, but sometimes when you have to exert that much effort on defense, it hurts your offense.
Yeah, exactly. The way that Knight would have to get going, probably more of the short range, mid range, these outside shots, these difficult off the dribble ones. It's a little bit more difficult when you're tasked to guard the 1A on the other side of the ball. Obviously, that's the role that she takes on and that she's willing to do. So expect her to score more in the second half, but it'll still be a lot different.
Yep, and so it'll be interesting. When we come back, we'll kind of take a look around the state, and we'll be ready for the second half. This is the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company, along with the First Dakota National Bank halftime show. On the Mesaba scoreboard, Vermillion leads 25-17. We'll be back right after this.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Mesaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at mesabainc.com/career. When I grow up, I want to work at Mesaba.
Mesaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Todd's Electric, your full-service electrical contracting company. Todd's Electric services residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial customers. From the simplest service call to the most complex design-build project, Todd's Electric has the expertise to do it right. Call Todd's Electric for all your electrical needs. Todd's Electric, helping you control all things electric. Except for lightning. Todd's Electric. Go Tanagers!
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. As we enter the halftime show, get ready to wrap up the halftime show. Michael Schumacher with Parker Orr. Let's take a look at scores from around the state. In Double-A, right now, one score update. Mitchell versus Watertown. Mitchell leads Watertown 6-2 after one. In Class A, Groton area leads Sisseton 13-9 with 5 minutes to go in the second. Stanley County over Winter 34-19 with 1 minute to go in the second. Canton leads Garrettson 14-3, 4 minutes to go in the second. And Hamlin leads Flandreau 31-22 with 5 minutes to go in the third. Wagner leads Mount Vernon Plankinton 33-4 at the half. Dubuque area over Dual. Tri-Valley leading Madison. Dakota Valley leading Beersford by 16. Miller over Gettysburg by 4. These are pretty much all about at half. Castlewood over Elkton Lake Benton 30-19 at the half. And then in Class B, Parkston leads Tripp Delmont Armour by 28. Lyman over Sully Buttes, 36-6 with 2 minutes to go in the second. Chester over Howard, 21-10. Wessington Springs over DeSmet, 15-12 with 3 minutes to go. Viborg Hurley leads Bridgewater Emory, 21-19 at half. Dubrick area over Dual, 26-10. Ethan over Andy Central Dakota Christian, 33-7. Sanborn Central Woonsocket leads Hitchcock Tulare, 41-30. Corsica Stickney leads Avon, 23-8 with 5 minutes to go in the second. Ipswich leads North Central by 16. Miller over Gettysburg. Castlewood over Elkton Lake Benton. And those are the only score updates that we have at this time. Gayville-Vollen is in Wausau tonight. We'll try to get you a score update on that. Freeman plays McCook Central Montrose. Timber Lake will be playing Harriet Selby area. We do not like Timber Lake. We're just not fans of some of the people there, so we will never cheer for Timber Lake. That's all we're saying. Reasons personal. All right, so West Central to inbound the ball. See if Vermillion can keep up their defense. Just holding a team that scored 81 points to 17.5 is pretty darn good. I don't care who they were scoring against last time. 3-point attempt there. Good for Abby Thornton, though. That's a way for this team to get started. So that cuts it down to 25-20 as Taylor Roovers now with the ball. Gets it over to Hinseth. Hinseth back to Roovers. Cross-court pass over to Lexi Hansen. Richardson at the elbow loses control, and that is stolen away into the hands of West Central. And here's Schoenhold. And she gets it to Ayla Kramer, is unable to connect. Roovers with the rebound on the left side now. As Roovers lost control, gets it over to Izzy Richardson. That's another steal, another turnover. As they get it over to Schoenhold, guarded by Hinseth. And they call a foul there for a lot less contact than you saw at the end of the first half. That's all I'm going to say, and that's the last time I will mention it. As Schoenhold will go to the line to shoot two, that is a personal foul on Lexi Hansen. That's her first. 25-20 as Schoenhold will go to the line to shoot two. First free throw up and good. She's now 4 for 5 from the line, giving her 6 points on the night. And here's her second free throw, up and good. So they're going to keep up with the press as Richardson gets it over to Roovers. Roovers dribbling the ball, trying to get it up as there are 4 seconds to get it across, and it is another turnover. Vermillion has yet to get a shot off, as that is a steal by Callie Schultz, though. And here's Roovers with the ball, 30 seconds on the shot clock, gets it across midcourt. Yeah, Vermillion still looking for their first shot attempt to get it down low to Schultz, and Abby Thornton with the block. As Jatan gets past Roovers, up with the left hand, up and in for Jatan. And it is quickly 25-24 now. That 8-point lead quickly down to 1. Outscored 7-0 here in the first minute 45 of quarter number 3. To get it across to Hinseth. Hinseth, who hit 2 3-pointers in that game against Canton. Roovers will take a long three, and she will drain it. That's a great way to stop a run with your 6th 3-pointer, making it 28-24 with 5:59 to go. Steal by Roovers now. Roovers drives in, and she's going to be fouled by Ellie Knight, and that'll be Knight's 3rd personal. That's 3 on Knight. That's going to keep her occupied as well. That could keep her off the floor and keep her off Taylor defensively for a little while. And so Taylor Roovers will go to the line for the first time tonight to shoot 2. Which, as much as she is driven inside, is surprising. Her first free throw, in and out. Vermillion just 0 for 4 from the free throw line tonight. As Callie Schultz and Shaylin Hinseth check out, Marasia Warren and Tessa Nelson check in. I'd love to see Shaylin Hinseth pull the trigger on one of those threes, and Taylor leaves that one short, and that's going to be off of West Central, though. So Vermillion will get another shot, but Vermillion right now 0 for 5 from the free throw line. Even if you could hit 60%, you'd still have a 7-point lead right now.
Yeah, no, it's difficult. Hopefully these foul shots start falling in the rest of this half, but it's been tough to start the game.
West Central 7 for 10, Vermillion 0 for 4, or 0 for 5. And there's an air ball into the hands of West Central. Stallman up with the right hand, and she will hit. And that makes it 28-26, a 2-point lead for Vermillion. Roovers guarded by Stallman. That ball's going to be knocked out of bounds by Abby Thornton. 29 seconds remain on the shot clock as Richardson will inbound. It's Richardson, Roovers, Hanson, Tessa Nelson, and Marasia Warren. So 5:31 to go. Vermillion leads by 2. And Taylor's going to be fouled by Jaton. That is her second personal. And that might be the key to it. If Taylor's able to get the ball here in the half-court offense, they almost feel like it almost seems like West Central feels like they have to foul or be aggressive. That could get them in foul trouble in a hurry.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the double isn't working, you're going to play a little bit more physical. And then
Roovers for
range.
3 again. That is her 7th three-pointer, making it 31-26. Roovers now with 25 points. And nice steal by Roovers. Roovers driving into the paint, up with the right hand and in. No foul called. And I know the Tanager fans thought maybe there should have been an and one, but Vermillion back out to a 7-point lead now. So here's Jaton. Over to Schoenhold. Down low to Stallman. Back out to Jaton. 4-3. Just in and out. Rebound into Izzy Richardson. Over to Roovers. 4:36 to go. Roovers for a long 3. Leaves that one short. And that is going to be not connect with anything. That'll be out of bounds off of Taylor. So 4:31 to go. West Central to inbound. Trailing now by 7. That's amazing what that three-pointer can do for you. Quickly, what was a 1-point lead back up to 7 now for Vermillion with 4:25 to go. As again, Ellie Knight on the bench for West Central. Stallman will take the 3. Unable to connect. And Hanson with the block.
Outlet pass.
Outlet pass. And Nelson hits. Nice job by Tessa Nelson for her second basket. And Vermillion back out to a 9-point lead. So after that quick 7-0 start for West Central, Vermillion's been able to right the ship, but there's a three-pointer for Jaton, her first 3 of the night, giving her 14 points on the evening. And that's going to be a timeout. I'm not sure taken by whom, but we'll take a timeout as well. Taken by West Central. That is their second timeout. We'll take one as well. Brought to you by Murph's Appliance. This is a full timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Fox Sports Radio and Vermillion Tanagers. This is Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Wanting a specialist without leaving town? We've got you covered. Our clinic offers specialists for the health and wellness of your family. From pediatricians to OBGYNs, plus primary care. You can find it all at Vermillion Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home.
Fast forward we will, but...
If you're looking for the perfect fit, Vermillion Vision Care Associates fits like the right pair of glasses. Vision Care Associates has its roots in family eye care, and the doctors are well known for being primary eye care providers. With the ability to treat and diagnose a variety of settings, Vermillion Vision Care Associates is the right fit for you. Plus, they can fit you into a new place.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Parker Orr, where Vermillion leads 35-29 with 3:54 to go as they inbound the ball to Taylor Roovers, guarded by Bailey Stallman. Roovers with the ball, gets it ahead to Lexi Hanson. Hanson gets it back to Roovers. Here's Izzy Richardson. Tessa Nelson. Good ball movement by this Tanager team as Hanson gets it down low on the block. And they're going to call a foul, I believe. No, they're going to call a jump ball. So that's going to stay with Vermillion. So let's see who inbounds for the Tanagers. Roovers will inbound along the baseline. As here's Tessa Hanson for 3, just off the iron, but rebound Izzy Richardson. Gets it out to Lexi Hanson. Here's Roovers. .25 seconds on the shot clock. Cross-court pass to Richardson. She'll take the 3. Oh, in and out for Izzy Richardson. Rebound by Casey Jaton. So West Central, Chaton in the paint. Over to Thornton. Thornton for three. No good. Rebound into Ellie Knight, though. Steal by Taylor Roovers. Roovers will take that three. Oh, just off the iron. Rebound over to Abby Thornton. And that is up and in for Ellie Knight for her first points of the evening. She scored 16 last week against Baltic. As Richardson has that ball knocked into the hands of Lexi Hansen, and that's going to be a jump ball. And that'll go to West Central. So with 2:27 to go, it's a 4-point lead for Vermillion. 35-31. Taylor Roovers has scored 27 of Vermillion's 35 points. She had 30-plus last week. So 2:27 to go. Mackenzie Schoenhold to inbound. Casey Jaton, Ellie Knight, Abby Thornton, and Bailey Stallman out there for West Central. And here's Jaton out at the three-point line, guarded by Warren, now picked up by Lexi Hansen. 25 seconds on the shot clock. They get it across to Thornton. Down low to Schoenhold. Nice defense there by Warren. And that's going to be a foul, I think, on Schoenhold. That'll be her second. You could see the frustration on the West Central bench. I think similar to the frustration that Vermillion's bench has had for about a quarter and a half.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fluid how these fouls are being called, at least.
So here's Roovers, double teamed in the backcourt. And she gets it ahead to Marasia Warren. Warren is blocked by Thornton. As Jaton picked up out there by Tessa Nelson, and that's going to be out of bounds off of West Central. So turnover back over to Vermillion with 1:54 to go. Vermillion leading 35-31. Izzy Richardson to inbound in front of the West Central bench. Gets it over to Roovers. Back over to Izzy Richardson. That ball is knocked out of bounds off of Schoenhold. So again, Schoenhold just a junior, so she'll be back next year. Ellie Knight just a freshman. So Izzy Richardson, and that's going to be a foul called. No, out of bounds as Tessa Nelson stepped on the out of bounds line. So Schoenhold over to Knight. Knight brings it across the midcourt line with 1:44 to go. So this has been a frenetic third quarter. Vermillion does still lead by 4. They'd love to get a stop here as Schoenhold will take the three. No good. Rebound to Roovers. Roovers, she'll hold it up here, slow everything up, set the half-court offense as they get it over to Richardson. As Warren has the ball, loses control of it, and that is back to West Central. It's kind of been a really kind of frenetic last couple of minutes with neither team playing their crispest or best basketball, but there's a nice play by Casey Jaton with another three, cutting that lead back down to that one that we saw just a few minutes ago. Warren over to Nelson. Nelson, boy, a lot of contact, not called. And here's Knight, gets it ahead to Jaton, who will pull up for the three. And she takes it, and West Central has their first lead of the night. And that pass is knocked away from Schoenhold into the hands of Stallman. That three-point attempt, no good. And nice play there by West Central to knock it back in. And that's going to be a foul on the floor. They're going to call that on Lexi Hansen. That'll be Hansen's second. So 37-35, West Central leads as Delaney Schmidt and Shaylin Hinseth check in. Marasia Warren and Izzy Richardson check out. Vermillion has been outscored 20-10 here in this third quarter as they get it up top to Jaton, who gets it over to Schoenhold, who will take the three from the corner. And that's going to be a rebound into the hands of Shaylin Hinseth. And will be a foul on Ellie Knight. That'll be Ellie Knight's 4th personal. So that's a storyline worth watching as well. She is the defender of Taylor Roovers and the kind of the primary ball handler for this team as well. So even outside of her scoring or lack thereof, she's a big cog in this offense. As Roovers has the ball and the clock hasn't started. This is the second time that the clock started late. So 14, we'll see how many seconds they need to take off that clock. As it was at 14.8, it's now at 9.1. Man, 5 seconds seems like a lot of time to take off as they were running up the court, but whatever. 9 seconds.
That's what I had.
As Roovers has it with 5 seconds to go. Drives in. Floater up and cannot get it to fall. And that's the way the third quarter will end. Vermillion 35, West Central 37. And that's the first lead for West Central. We'll be back for the fourth quarter after these messages. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, 12 walnut.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. On the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion now trails for the first time tonight, 37-35. With Parker Orr, I'm Michael Schumacher from the Coliseum, the home of the Trojans at West Central High School. Taylor Roovers with 27 points tonight, 27 of Vermillion's 35. Vermillion does need somebody to step up, even just to break that press, as that ball is over the head of Lexi Hansen. Roovers is able to track it down. 22 seconds on the shot clock. Roovers will take the three. That'll be offline. Callie Schultz with the rebound, though, gets it out to Izzy Richardson. And that's going to be a foul on Schoenhold. Yes, Schoenhold with her third personal. Ellie Knight already with 4. Ellie Knight still on the bench. Roovers on the baseline to inbound the ball. Gets it over to Hansen. Hansen from the corner for 3. No good. Rebound there by Jaton. Jaton gets it ahead to Schoenhold. Schoenhold up with the right hand and in. 4-point lead for West Central. Biggest lead of their night for them as Vermillion brings the ball up. Taylor Roovers breaks the press herself. She's picked up by Kaylee Schultz. Now guarded by Bailey Stallman. As Roovers gets it over to Richardson on the left side. And Richardson is going to be fouled by Schoenhold. That's her 4th personal. So now both Schoenhold and Knight with 4 personals. That means Ayla Kramer comes in. So both Knight and Schoenhold on the bench here with 7:07 to go. With 4 fouls. We'll see if Vermillion can take advantage of that. As Roovers has the ball guarded by Ayla Kramer. No, Kaylee Schultz, sorry. As Hansen has the ball at the elbow, into the paint, up with the left hand, no good. Rebound Ayla Kramer as Jaton, who is the leading scorer for this team. She'll pull up for the 3 and drain it. 23 points now for Casey Jaton. As Coach Brooks wants to take a timeout, we'll take a timeout as well. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. On the Masaba scoreboard, 42-35. Vermillion trails by 7 with 6:41 to go. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermillion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
When it comes to protecting your home, trust the experts at Dave's Roofing, the elite roofing company based in Elk Point, South Dakota. Dave's Roofing delivers a commitment to quality and service that extends from installation to repair and replacement of residential and commercial roofing projects. Done right with no mess left behind. Don't wait until the next storm hits. Call Dave's Roofing today for your free estimate. Experienced, quality, reliable.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. That's Masaba. That Murph's Appliance timeout on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 42-35 with 6:39 to go. Roovers with the ball. They get it ahead to Lexi Hansen. Hansen turns around, gets it ahead to Shaylin Hinseth. Hinseth goes up, and she's going to be fouled by Abby Thornton. That'll be Thornton's second personal.
Let's see if the free throw woes can start to end here. There you go.
So finally a free throw hit for Vermillion. Shaylin Hinseth hits one. And hits both. Shaylin Hinseth goes 2 for 2. So Vermillion now 2 for 7 for the line, from the line. And Roovers with the steal. And Roovers goes in, and she's going to be fouled by Ayla Kramer. That'll be Kramer's first personal, as Roovers will go to the line to shoot 2. That is the 4th team foul already in the quarter for West Central. One more, and Vermillion goes to the line the rest of the night. First free throw for Roovers, up and in. She now has 28 points. She's 1 for 3 from the line. So Vermillion now within 4. Second free throw just offline. 1 for 4 for the line for Taylor. As Jaton has the ball, gets it over to Bailey Stallman. Stallman gets it back to Jaton. Jaton will pull up for that 3, and she will drain it. Jaton's feeling it just like Roovers did earlier. Vermillion now with a 7-point deficit as Hansen gets the ball. Hansen down on the block, gets it out to Hinseth. Over to Richardson. Back to Hinseth. Hinseth for 3. No good. As Callie Schultz tries to get the rebound, but it ends up in the hands of Bailey Stallman. And I think West Central's just going to keep feeding Jaton. And she thought about pulling up for that 3. As they get it over to Ayla Kramer. Back over to Stallman. And here's Jaton. 9 seconds on the shot clock. They get it down to Schultz. Out to Jaton. Jaton for 3. Drains it. And that's a 10-point lead for West Central now. And that's going to be a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. Brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Vermillion trails 48-38. We'll be back right after these messages. Nope, no timeouts, I guess. Okay. So no, because Coach Brooks is like, well, we didn't call a timeout. Coach Caffrey's like, well, we didn't call a timeout. So Izzy Richardson on the baseline now. Gets it into Roovers. Roovers with 28 points. She's now the second leading scorer in this game. Jaton has 29. And they called a foul on Thornton. That's her 3rd personal. So now Shaylin Hinseth goes to the line to shoot 2. With 5:11 to go, Vermillion will be going to the line every foul that West Central has. So Hinseth, who's now 2 for 4 from the line, hit her last 2. This free throw is up and will bounce in. Back to a 9-point deficit with 5:11 to go. So Vermillion needs some stops and they need some scores. That's just the key. Hinseth
next free throw up and in. She now is 4 for 6, and that's going to be a 30-second timeout taken by Coach Brooks. 48-40 on the Mesaba scoreboard, 5:11 to go. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. We'll be back. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
It's funny how life is made up of moments. Quiet ones, big ones, and ones you never forget. A wish, a milestone, a moment you didn't know would mean so much. Because life is made in the moments we share. Voyage Federal Credit Union. For every memory made, for every moment ahead.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher, along with Parker Orr from the Coliseum on the campus of West Central, as the Tanagers trail 48-40 on the Mesaba scoreboard. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. All right, so West Central with the ball. Casey Jaton, who's been the leading scorer in the game for either team. She has 29, Rivers has 28. As they get it down low to a cutting Stallman who cannot hit, and Hinseth with the rebound. And Shaylin Hinseth has been proving herself to be quite effective. Casey Jaton and Taylor Rivers, they're going to be doing some battles for a couple of years now. They're both just sophomores, so it'll be interesting to see how these turn out. As Tess Nelson did not go with the shot. Gives it to Richardson, offline. Rebound to West Central. And that is a jump ball, and that will stay with West Central as Lexi Hansen created the jump ball. So that will stay with West Central. 4:27 to go, 48-40, Vermillion trails. They need to keep getting stops, but they need to get some points. So Jaton, directing traffic, brings the ball up. Has it poked away by Izzy Richardson. And Coach Caffrey wants to take a timeout. Didn't see something that he liked. So we'll take a timeout as well, brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Tanagers trail 48-40 with 4:14 to go on the Mesaba scoreboard. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Candice Couture is your complete women's lingerie shop. Bras, underwear, PJs, loungewear, swimwear, sports bras, activewear, and much, much more. Small to 3 extra large and over 200 different sizes of bras. AA to O cup bands 28 to 56 in store. Candice Couture, 17 West Main Street.
The Pizza Ranch Vermillion is your event headquarters. Enjoy the crisp salad bar, the country's best chicken, and fresh pizza. Want a custom pizza? Just ask. We are proud to offer the buffet your way. And the Fun Zone Arcade features 36 games, 2 golf simulators, and full bar. Perfect for pregame tailgates and parties. Have a business meeting, team, or office party? Reserve the Dakota Center. It holds up to 300 people. Order online at pizzaranch.com for delivery, or circle your wagons and make Pizza Ranch your tailgate place next to USG.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank with Parker Orr. I'm Michael Schumacher, as the Tanagers are trailing 48-40 with 4:14 to go on the Mesaba scoreboard. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. So Taylor Rivers leading the way for Vermillion with 28 points, 29 for Casey Jaton. As they get the ball over to Stallman, who will take that shot, try to bank it in, no good. But rebound down low by Kaylee Schultz. And they get it out to Jaton. And that attempt is no good. That is a rebound there for Kaylee Schultz, though. Oh, and Rivers, Taylor Rivers gets in there. That foul was called on Rivers, which is odd when she had position and had her hands on the ball, but the other player had to go through her. Parker and I disagree on that, but Parker's wrong. I mean, that definitely should have been on the West Central player, but that's neither here nor there. So here's Schoenhold over to Thornton. So Schoenhold playing with 4. Ellie Knight out there as well. Schoenhold drives in, dishes it off to Thornton, and Thornton's going to be fouled by Izzy Richardson. That'll be Richardson's 3rd personal. So Abby Thornton misses the first. And hits the second, makes it a 9-point game with 3:34 to go. So here's Taylor Roovers with the ball, gets it over to Izzy Richardson. So Roovers, guarded by two, double teamed by Stallman and Knight. Richardson, she'll take that three, and she'll just have it off the back iron. Rebound into Hinseth. Hinseth up and in, and Hinseth will try to get the and one as that cuts the lead to 7 with 3:10 to go. So Hinseth, who has hit 4 in a row now, she's 4 for 6 from the free throw line, looks to make it a 3-point play, as that is the 4th foul on now Abby Thornton. Hinseth at the line, free throw is up, and free throw is off the back iron. She's now 4 for 7 from the line. So Knight over to Jatan. Jatan and Knight are going to be a force for a couple of years. They have Schoenhold as well, and that's going to be a jump ball created by Roovers. So Taylor Roovers, that ball will go to Vermillion. So Izzy Richardson to inbound the ball. But, you know, this West Central team with Jatan, Schoenhold, and Knight have kind of a big three for a couple of years now. As Lexi Hansen has the ball, gets it over to Roovers. Roovers trying to direct traffic, drives in, loses control, and she's going to be fouled there by Stallman, I believe. That'll be Stallman's second, and that will send Roovers to the line to shoot 2 with 2:40 to go. So Vermillion's getting the stops. They need to start hitting these free throws because now Taylor has a chance to get it down to a 5-point game. First free throw up and in for Taylor. Taylor now with 29 points. Second free throw just off the back iron, and she has not been able to hit 2 tonight, 2 in a row. So 49-43, 2:34 to go. So Vermillion is 6 out of 14 tonight as Schoenhold drives in, and she's going to go to the free throw line to shoot 2. As that foul is going to be on Hinseth, that'll be Shaylin's third. As Schoenhold will go to the line, looking to score her 10th point as she has 9 points, 4 of them from the free throw line now, or 5 of them from the free throw line, now 6. She now has 10 points. She's the second player in double figures for West Central. To go with the 29 points for Jatan. Second free throw, no good. Rebound there by Hinseth. Hinseth has been playing a big role in this game so far. 2:16 to go, though. It's a 3-possession game. Vermillion does need to get some scores here, as Richardson can't quite control it, but she does take a long 2. No good. Rebound into the hands of Richardson, though. Taylor will take a long 3 and drain it. So Richardson takes the 3, gets the rebound. Roovers hits the 3. She now has 32 points. It's a 4-point lead with 2 minutes to go. Timeout. Murph's Appliance, full timeout here. And we'll take a timeout as well. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Vermillion trails 50-46 on the Masaba scoreboard. This is on Fox Sports Radio and Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
I just don't think the official had the best.
Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion treats you like family. They believe a healthy smile starts with compassionate care. From toddlers to grandparents, their gentle team is here for your whole family. Whether it's a routine checkup or a full smile makeover, they'll keep you comfortable and confident. Knutson Family Dentistry.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Vermillion has cut that lead. It was as large as 10, down to 4 with 2 minutes to go. West Central will have the ball here. For Vermillion out there, Tessa Nelson, Lexi Hansen, Izzy Richardson, Shaylin Hinseth, and Taylor Roovers. For West Central, they have Casey Jaton, Mackenzie Schoenhold, Ellie Knight, Bailey Stallman, and Abby Thornton. So Jaton out there guarded by Izzy Richardson. Schoenhold gets it across to Stallman. Stallman up with the right hand, no good. Rebound into the hands of Tessa Nelson. Minute 37 to go. Roovers with the ball as they try to get the ball across midcourt. They do need to get it across. There they do. Minute 30 to go into the hands of Tessa Nelson. Over to Richardson. Richardson picks up her dribble. They get it into the hands of Roovers, though. Roovers over to Tessa Nelson for three. Oh, she cannot get it, and that is rebounded there by Ellie Knight with a minute 14 to go. It's a 4-point lead. Expect West Central to use as much clock as possible unless they have a free shot. Steal there by Roovers. Roovers driving ahead, and she'll be up and cannot get it to fall. But Roovers will go to the line to shoot two. So first free throw for Taylor is good. 3-point lead for West Central as Ayla Kramer goes out, or comes in. Bailey Stallman goes out. And Roovers with the rebound, calls timeout. Oh, they're going to call a travel on Roovers. Wow. Wow. Even Parker's given the what?
She was on the ground.
She was on the ground, and she was trying to give the timeout signal. And Coach Brooks is really over there pleading his case. He's like, "What are you talking about?" And wow, that one's hurtful. That one hurts. So Vermillion needs a stop here as Schoenhold with the ball. Looks to drive in, picks up her dribble. And Coach Caffrey wants to take a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. 40.6 seconds to go. Vermillion trails 50-47. This is a timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on the Mesaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails by 3. This is Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Fuller Digital Solutions started small, but now we're growing as FDS provides live streaming coverage for over 20 schools across 3 different states on our Fuller Digital Solutions YouTube channel. Subscribe to get notified when we go live for your school events. Big events are captured live, and your business can get noticed with advertising during our live streams. Local talent and camera operators are encouraged to contact us too. For future employment, no experience necessary, we will train. For information about advertising or working with Fuller Digital Solutions, email us and follow us on Facebook.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my God, pickles since 1984.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. 40.6 seconds to go. Vermillion trails 50-47. Parker and I were still discussing that travel call. That could be a difference maker tonight, unfortunately, and you hate to see that. But here's Mackenzie Schoenhold gets it into Casey Jaton. 19-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. So Vermillion looking to get a stop here as Jaton guarded by Hansen and Richardson. Over to Ayla Kramer. Jaton with 6 seconds to go, drives in, up with the right hand, and in. 19 seconds to go. Vermillion
trails 52-47. And Ruvers double teamed by Schoenhold. 11 seconds to go. Ruvers needs to take the three. 7 seconds to go. Up with the right hand and banks it in. No foul called, though. Again, so much contact, yet no foul called. 52-49, 2.9 seconds to go. It's a long shot, but Vermillion will have to try to steal the inbounds and get a three-pointer. It's a full timeout, so we'll take 30 seconds of that for this Murph's Appliance timeout.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kalen's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kalen's to anyone.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Coming out of that Murph's Appliance timeout, Vermillion trails 52-49 on the Mesaba scoreboard. 3.4 seconds to go. Again, we hate to harp on that travel call, but that is going to be pivotal because I think Taylor was trying to call a timeout, and they would have had possession. That possession that led to a two-pointer there by Jatan driving into the basket. So Taylor Ruvers with 35 points leads all scorers. West Central will inbound. Vermillion will play it tight. But honestly, if West Central is able to get possession at all, that's pretty much ball game with seconds ticking off. As they get it down low to Jatan. And they're going to call a foul on Ruvers with a second left, or they're going to call the game. Oh, and Jatan looks hurt. So that is going to be the game. And that will do it. Vermillion will fall 52-49. As we will be back with some stats. I don't know if Coach Brooks will come up. This is our first doubleheader, and so we'll see. But so Vermillion does fall to 0-2 on the season. We'll be back with more of our Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame, postgame show after this with some stats, maybe Coach Brooks, and we'll preview the Tanager boys. We'll be back right after this. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on Fox Sports Radio and Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube.
To be honest, it's the people that I work with. I love what I do. You gotta love what you do to come every day. But the people I work with make coming 10 times easier. You want to be a part of a team that cares for you and that actually put in the time to teach you and show you the things to do in a proper way. You know, you're just full of people who care.
I'll take a water too. Thank you, man.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
Get the finest wood in the neighborhood. Down at the lumberyard.
But it's not just wood at the lumberyard. With a wide variety of quality building materials, the folks at the lumberyard can help you with all of your project needs. Whether it be paint, siding, cabinets, windows, or of course lumber, the lumberyard is ready to help. The best wood in the neighborhood at the lumberyard, 1000 West Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Welcome back to our Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show as we get ready to bring you the Vermillion Tanagers on the road against the West Central Trojans, the first boys-girls doubleheader of the season. And as part of our pregame, we do have Coach Dave Hollenbeck of the West Central Trojans. First year at West Central, obviously not first year coaching. Coach, how you doing today?
Doing good, thanks.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. Let me just ask, it's your first year coaching West Central. Have you noticed any differences yet kind of between East River versus West River basketball?
The basketball is pretty similar. I mean, I guess we could always say it's a little more physical back here, but I would say so far the biggest difference would be the weather outside.
that it is. I lived in Rapid City for a number of years, and yeah, there is definitely a difference. That is for sure. So, all right. Well, let's talk about this team that you have. You guys had a pretty nice start to your season, and you guys have a lot of expectations with Connor Mebius returning, Boshi Knight, Will Cool, and just to kind of start listing off the players that you have. But you guys have so much talent. But obviously with teenagers, sometimes. How do you kind of keep them all not necessarily happy, but content and playing together? Battle of wills sometimes, or are they a pretty cohesive group?
They're a pretty cohesive group. They're a good group of kids, and they've had great attitudes. They're working hard. That their interest, or at least that's what they've shown me so far. I think their interest is winning first, and so that there will always be challenging times, and we're going to have to make sure we keep everybody in check. But this far they've been great, and regardless how much talent you have, you still have to play the game, and a lot of things can happen, and guys have to check their ego at the door, and the game has to be played a certain way to be successful.
Well, and speaking of playing a certain way, as a coach, what do you hope? Obviously you have a game plan going into each matchup, but what do you like to do offensively, and what do you like to do defensively with your team?
Well, offensively, we'd like to move the ball up the floor as quick as we possibly can, and we've got guys that can play inside, and we've got some pretty good perimeter guys, so we can play multiple ways, and defensively, we're predominantly man-to-man, so we're just trying to keep the basketball out of the lane and get a hand up on the shooters.
All right, and then that brings you to tonight, because you had a pretty decisive victory for your opening night matchup against a good Del Rapids team. Del Rapids always has some talent, even if they're down a little bit. A 70-20 victory. Then you come in against a Vermillion team with a known quantity in Trey Hansen, but so many other great players. What do you expect from these Tanagers tonight?
Well, they're going to be hard to guard. They shoot the basketball really well from the perimeter, and they're well coached. Jay's got them getting into the paint really good, and they get to the foul line a lot. So they're going to be a difficult matchup for us. They play well together, and defensively they're in the lane to take a charge. They're tough kids, so. We're going to have a difficult time tonight. We did, I thought, played pretty good against Del Rapids. they're just very young and didn't quite have the size to match up with us. But Dells is going to be really good in the future.
I think you're exactly right. I think they have a bright future ahead of them. As far as your team, obviously you have this first chunk where you have 3 games before Christmas, and then you come out of that with Pine Ridge. Heading into that Christmas break where you have a bit of the moratorium where you can't work with the players too much, what do you hope to accomplish and what do you hope to see by the time you get finished with that Groton area game?
Well, we've got a lot of stuff we're kind of behind on. I got here a little bit late, and most of my guys play football, so we didn't get a lot of time in the gym together. So we've got a lot of catch up to do, and so I'm hoping, if we can get to the Christmas break where we can spend a couple days of working on a lot of our stuff and trying to get caught up.
All right. Well, Coach, I think it's going to be a fun matchup. Looking forward to seeing your team live on the court. Connor Mebius is a fun player to watch, as are the others, but he's just one that has stuck out in my head for ever since last year. So looking forward to seeing him live in action again. But, Coach, best of luck tonight and best of luck with the rest of the season.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Coach Dave Hollenbeck of the West Central Trojans, longtime St. Thomas More coach. First year at the helm of West Central. And so thank you so much for him to talk with us. And here on the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show, we'll be back with more. This is Vermillion Tanagers basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion and Yankton, and on Vermillion Tanagers YouTube.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you got to call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
They put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
Welcome back to our Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show as we bring you Vermillion Tanager basketball. First night of a doubleheader for the Tanagers. The boys and girls have played separately, but this is the first time where we get the back-to-back, and we're talking with Coach Jay Drake about his Vermillion Tanager boys team. Coach, how you feeling today?
Good.
Well, that is good. Well, you guys got off to a nice start against Sioux Falls Lutheran, got a lot of players, some good quality playing time, a nice solid win where you didn't kind of mess around. How do you, and obviously Sioux Falls Lutheran is a growing school, growing team, so how do you feel coming out of that one?
Yeah, anytime, it's just nice after a couple weeks of practice to get on the court and see someone different. And everyone wants to get their first game out there and get it out of the way. We were a little nervous going into it. Obviously, last Thursday we called off school early, so we didn't get to have our normal prep day before a game. But got through it. Obviously, you learn a few things about your team, and it's nice to get a win always, especially early in the year. But kind of like I said after the game that night, learned a few things about us, but obviously going against a very, very good West Central team here, I think we'll find a lot more about our team and our players individually tonight against West Central.
Well, in West Central, they're a team that, we know they're good. We know they have some great players, a different coach, an accomplished coach that is a name kind of known in all the circles across the state with Dave Hollenbeck. What do you expect to see from this Trojan team?
Yeah, they're really good. It's kind of like we said with what Sioux Falls Christian has done. They're probably most people's preseason number one, but you start talking about other teams that are probably right up there, right with a Sioux Falls Christian, and West Central is no doubt one of those teams. And they've got a really good nucleus. They finally got to a boys state tournament last year for the first time in 25 years, I think it was, and they got the bulk of that crew back. Obviously, it starts with a very good point guard in Connor Mebius, who's in his third year now as a starting point guard for him and was second-team All-State and very good basketball player. The cool kid inside at 6'10" was honorable mention All-State, and right there anytime, if you ask most coaches, you'd love to start your team with a point guard and a big, and to have a all-state point guard and honorable mention 6'10" kid inside. You can do a lot of things around those two guys. But they're a deep team. They've got athletes all over. They can really mix it up because with Mebius and Knight, who's a really quick point guard or a quick guard, those are two quick guards out on the perimeter. But then with Cool and the Gary kid, 6'5", they bring the Wagner, a 6'6" sophomore off the bench. And then, a bunch of 6'2", 6'3" athletes around those guys, so they can mix it up defensively. Like you said, Coach Hollenbeck, heck of a coach, had a great run at St. Thomas More, and I think I said last Friday night he's had some very good teams and had a lot of success, but he's also done a lot more with less than what he has at West Central this year, and he's got a lot of talent, and that makes things that much more difficult because he's going to be able to do some things on both the offensive and defensive ends with those guys.
Well, and, as a coach, obviously it is one of the top teams in the state, and you're incorporating some newer players, kind of learning to play together. What would you like to see just from your team? Obviously, wins and losses are always great, but even just seeing improvement from game 1 to game 2, what would you like to see out there tonight?
Yeah, it'll be a huge challenge and opportunity for us. I thought the other night we fouled way too much. We were in foul trouble. Some of that's just dictated on how the game's going to be called. I would expect against West Central it's going to be a much physical game. It was called a lot closer the other night against Sioux Falls Lutheran, and we got to be able to handle physicality. But we've got to adjust however the game's being called. But we've got to do a better job just understanding gaps and angles on the defensive end. We're really going to have to guard these guys. And then, for us on the offensive end, they jumped all over Del Rapids the other night. They led 43-8 at halftime, won the game 70-20. And a lot of that, though, was their defense dictating offense for them, getting out in transition. Del's turned the basketball over a lot. That led to some easy ones in transition for them. So we've got to do a good job taking care of the basketball. And it's a concern because the other night we got careless with the basketball. We had 17 turnovers against Sioux Falls Lutheran, made some poor decisions, and it's nothing against Sioux Falls Lutheran, but West Central is going to be much better on the defensive end. So if we don't take care of the basketball, we could be in for a long night.
All right, well, Coach, it's going to be a fun season. I think there's a lot to be had, and watching what Trey can do. Obviously, he's had a great career so far, so this is going to be a fun season. But I think there's going to be a lot of names coming up for you guys, so going to be a fun year to watch you guys. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today. Really appreciate it. I'll get out of your hair, and you have yourself a great one.
All right, thanks a lot, Michael.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye.
That was Coach Jay Drake of the Vermillion Tanagers as they get ready to take on the West Central Trojans, headed up by Dave Hollenbeck, the third winningest coach in from what I could see in South Dakota history. So, third on the list of active coaches, 8th all time. So a man who knows how to coach, and he has some talent. So could be an interesting matchup. We'll be back with more. This is the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show, and this is Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be back right after this.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you got to call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
They put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher. Thank you for the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company pregame show, and both coaches joining us as we are now getting you the Central Farmers Cooperative starting lineups. For Vermillion, it'll be Spencer Blanchette, a 5'10 junior guard, along with Trenton Thomas, a 5'11 senior guard, Luke Jensen, a 6'5 junior forward, and Gabe Larson, number 32, a 6'1 senior guard, and Trey Hansen, number 33, a 6'4 senior guard. So again, Spencer Blanchette, Trenton Thomas, Luke Jensen, Gabe Larson, and Trey Hansen for these Vermillion Tanagers on the Central Farmers Cooperative. Central Farmers Cooperative starting lineups. For the Class A boys poll, Sioux Falls Christian was on top with 23 first-place votes. West Central was in second with 1 first-place vote, following that 70-20 victory they had over Del Rapids to open their season. Vermillion is in 10th. They were receiving votes last week, defeated Sioux Falls Lutheran. Vermillion 1-0 on the season with a decisive victory over Sioux Falls Lutheran to start their year. Now, for the starting lineups for this West Central Trojans team, you're going to be looking at number 0, All-Stater, Connor Mebius. Connor averaged about 18 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, 4 steals on the season last year as a sophomore. Connor Mebius is now a 6-foot junior guard. Boshi Knight, number 1, a 5'6" junior guard, is also the other starter, brought to you by Central Farmers Cooperative. Hayden Heyer, number 3, 6'1" junior guard. Colt Gary, number 5, a 6'5" senior center / power forward. And then Will Cool, number 23, a 5'10" senior power forward / center. So again, for West Central, Connor Mebius, the all-state guard. Boshi Knight, the all-everything football player that we saw during the football season. Hayden Heyer, part of that Heyer tradition, crew Heyer. Colt Gary, part of that Gary tradition. And then Will Cool. Parker and I were just talking about his brother Jake, who played at Irene Wakanda, then came here for a little bit. So it's again, it'll be interesting. West Central definitely has the size advantage. Cool is, again, a 6'10" power forward. Colt Gary, a 6'5" power forward. But then Hayden Heyer at 6'1", Boshi Knight at 5'6", and Connor Mebius at 5'10". So you have that mix of size and speed. So Trey Hansen, he's going to get the privilege of jumping for Vermillion. And I'm going to give you one guess who's going to be jumping for West Central. Could it be the 6'10" guy? I think that'd be my guess.
Possibly.
Yes. So Will Cool to jump, Trey Hansen to jump for the Tanagers. This should be a fun matchup. Again, 2 top 10 teams in Class A, with West Central getting one of those first place votes. And that ball is directed into the hands of Colt Gary. West Central with the ball. Connor Mebius directing traffic, guarded by Spencer Blanchette. Boy, Colt Gary kind of knocked and that is an alley-oop attempt to Cool. Unsuccessful, but Cool is able to get the rebound off a Colt Gary miss and put that back. I'm wondering, it sounds like he's willing to shoot the 3, but I don't know how much of an offensive game he has other than the dunk or the 3-point shot. As Trey Hansen was hectored and harassed there by Hayden Heyer. See what I did with all the H's? Hectored, harassed by Hayden Heyer. Yeah. As Gabe Larson gets it into Trey Hansen. Hansen, again, guarded by, and that's going to be a foul on Hayden Heyer, running into the screen. So that'll be Heyer's first. First team, first personal. Spencer Blanchette on the sideline to inbound. Gets it into Luke Jensen. Over to Gabe Larson. Larson will take the 3. Ooh, just a little offline. Rebound there by Will Cool. So Mebius drives, kicks it out to Heyer. Heyer for 3. Nothing but net for Hayden Heyer. Quickly 5-0 West Central. And that's going to be a blocking foul on Will Cool. So Cool now with Will Cool with 1 personal, 2 team fouls. So I think if Vermillion's going to probably try to be aggressive, see if they can get some foul trouble on some of these players. Gabe Larson to inbound the ball in front of the West Central bench. Again, West Central with the first-year head coach for them, but a 20th year for Dave Hollenbeck overall. Connor Mebius with the steal as they get it over to Will Cool for the dunk. And that's quickly a 7-0 lead, and Coach Drake wants to take a quick timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. Brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Fox Sports and Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
To be honest, it's the people that I work with. I love what I do. You gotta love what you do to come every day. But the people I work with make coming 10 times easier. You want to be a part of a team that cares for you and that actually put in the time to teach you and show you the things to do in a proper way. You know, you're just full of people who care.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank, coming out of that Murph's Appliance timeout on the Mesaba scoreboard with 6:44 to go. Vermillion already trails 7-0. The inside presence of Will Cool is posing problematic as he's had 2 dunks already. They're going to call a travel on Luke Jensen. And now the West Central student section chanting overrated. I'm not sure who or what. West Central's the higher ranked team, so it seems a little incongruous, if you want to say that. So 6:31 to go. Boshi Knight with the ball, guarded by Trey Hansen. Connor Mebius drives in, and that is blocked by Luke Jensen into the hands of Trey Hansen. And that's going to be a blocking foul on West Central as Trey Hansen drove in. And the West Central fans didn't like that. So Hansen goes to the line to shoot 2, as that is the second foul on Heyer. Hansen's first free throw up and in for Hansen. So Bubba Kono checks in. And Hansen's second free throw up and in. So Hansen on the board with 2 points as Connor Mebius brings the ball up. 7-2 West Central lead as Mebius gets it over to Cool. Blanchette knocks that away out of bounds. That'll stay with West Central with 28 seconds on the shot clock. So Kono inbounds the ball, gets it over to Mebius. Mebius guarded by Blanchette. Boshi gets it over to Cool at the top of the key. He thinks about the 3, guarded there by Luke Jensen. And that ball is stolen away by by Trenton Thomas. Thomas has it knocked away by Bubba Kono. Ahead to Colt Gary. Gary turnaround jumper up and in. Three-pointer there by Luke Jensen. Luke Jensen with the 3 makes it 9-5. The old Dolly Parton song. As Mebius gets it over to Kono. Back to Mebius. Pull-up jumper from the free throw line, no good. But rebound there by Cool and the putback for 6 points for Will Cool. Luke Jensen thought about the 3, drives in, little pull-up floater up and in for Luke. He has 5 points. As it's 11-7 with 5 minutes to go here in quarter number 1. Vermillion has settled down. Just would like to see them get a stop here as Kono has the ball, guarded by Thomas. Cool for 3, no good, but rebound the ball is off of Colt Gary. So that ball will go to Vermillion. So a nice stop there by the Tanagers with a chance to cut this down to 2, maybe 1. Or if you get a 4-point play, tie it up. Or if you get a 3-pointer and then steal the inbounds pass, take the lead. You know, all these different combinations, right? As Trenton Thomas gets the ball over to Jensen. Jensen pulls up for the 3 at the top of the key, just offline, but Blanchette with the rebound. And Trey Hansen will take a 3, and he'll drain a 3. Trey Hansen now with 5 points, and Blanchette with his rebound led to that. And all of a sudden it's 11-10. So since the timeout, Vermillion has outscored West Central 10-4. As here's Colt Gary with the ball out to Boshi Knight. Knight so quick on the football field. Would assume it translates here on the basketball court. Mebius misses the 3. Trey Hansen with the rebound. And Hansen has that stolen away by Bubba Kono. Mebius will go and lay that in for Mebius' first points. As Blanchette almost goes out of bounds, gets the ball over to Luke Jensen. Jensen guarded by Cool, and Jensen loses control into the hands of Boshi Knight. So a couple of turnovers for Vermillion
And they're going to call a foul there on Trenton Thomas. That'll be his first personal. Boshi Knight will go to the line to shoot 2. So Knight looking to give West Central a 5-point lead here. As again, mentioned Dave Hollenbeck, the 8th most winningest coach in South Dakota, 3rd most winningest active coach in boys basketball, is the first-year head coach for West Central, replacing Jacob Sittig. Boshi Knight, first free throw is up and offline, so Knight misses. So Knight's second free throw coming up. And that is good. Nothing but net on that one for Knight. So back to a 4-point lead with 3.5 minutes to go here in quarter number 1. Trey Hansen over to Gabe Larson. Luke Jensen guarded by Kuhl. Jensen with a spin move, little turnaround jumper. Can't get that to fall. Kuhl's height's really kind of affecting Jensen on the inside there. As Mebius, a little bit of a push off. Vermillion wanted a call, but Mebius travels. And I know Mebius is like, what do you mean? Really, I'm going to be honest, could be the 3rd travel on him. He likes to take that first step before that ball gets down. So Trenton Thomas checks out. Checking in for Vermillion is Cale Cleveland. So Trey Hansen picked up his dribble, gets it over to Jensen at the top of the key, over to Blanchette. Blanchette guarded by Knight. Cleveland has that ball knocked away, saved by Blanchette, and they're going to call Blanchette on a foul. That'll be Spencer's first personal. Second team foul. As Kuhl checks out, we'll see if that'll help Luke Jensen. So in checks Carter Gross for West Central. So Kono over to Gross. Cross court pass to Mebius. Mebius knee looked like it buckled there, but I don't think he's not limping or anything. So here's Boshi Knight guarded by Spencer Blanchette. And here's Bubba Kono for 3, and he drains it back to a 7-point lead now for West Central. Trey Hansen up with the right hand, has that blocked, no foul called. As Boshi Knight lays that in for his first bucket, his 3rd point. 2 minutes to go, 9-point lead for West Central. Trey Hansen had gathered and then took a couple more steps to settle himself, so that's another turnover on Vermillion. 19-10 they trail with 1:57 to go here in quarter number 1. As Hayden Heyer will check in, Boshi Knight will check out. So it's Heyer, Gary, Mebius, Kono, and Gross out there for West Central. Cale Cleveland, Spencer Blanchette, Trey Hansen, Luke Jensen, and Gabe Larson for Vermillion. 1:49 to go. West Central moving the ball around the top of the key. They get it over to Kono. And here's Heyer. Gets into a cutting Mebius. Pull-up jumper from the elbow. And he even lost control as he was going up. Was able to collect it and hit. And that's now an 11-point lead for West Central. Their largest of the night. And Trey Hansen drives in, kicks it out to Jensen. And they're going to call another travel. I've never seen this many traveling calls this quickly. On both sides, but that is another turnover for Vermillion. And Coach Drake talking to Hansen, talking to Jensen. So Kono inbounds it to Mebius. Mebius gets to cross midcourt, picked up there by Blanchette. Hayden Heyer with the ball. Gary at the top of the key gets it over to a cutting Carter Gross. Back to Heyer. Heyer will drive the baseline. Picked up there, and that'll be knocked out of bounds by Bubba Kono. And that'll be back to Vermillion. Vermillion with a minute to go, looking to cut it down back to single digits as Boshi Knight will check in. Hayden Heyer will check out. Cale Cleveland will inbound the ball to Trey Hansen. Hansen with 5 points. And Luke Jensen with 5 points. All the scoring for Vermillion here. As Jensen is met down low, and then he's going to be fouled. Will that be on Colt Gary, or will that be on Carter Gross? That's going to be on Carter Gross. That'll be his first personal, 4th team, and Jensen will go to the line to shoot 2. Luke Jensen's first free throw rims out, and boy, Vermillion, both boys and now both girls, and now it seems boys, well, they're 2 for 3. Just free throws are an issue. You hate to leave points on the table. It's nothing but net on that one, though. So 3 out of 4 for Vermillion. It's a 10-point lead for West Central with 45 seconds to go. Colt Gary gets it over to Mebius. Mebius guarded by Blanchette. They get it over to Gary. Break the press. And Boshi Knight with a about 11-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Mebius. Drives in. Kicks it out to Kono. Kono for 3. Drains another. Bubba Kono with 2 3-pointers. Makes it 24-11 with 17 seconds to go. Trey Hansen directing some traffic, guarded by Kono. Gets it over to Gabe Larson for 3, and cannot get it to fall. Kono with the rebound, 1 second to go, and that will do it. Vermillion trails 24-11 to West Central on the Masaba scoreboard. We'll be back with quarter number 2. This is Tanager Basketball on Fox Sports Radio and on Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Starting with First Bank in South Dakota was the easy part. Earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher with Parker Orr from the Coliseum on the campus of West Central. Vermillion trails on the Masaba scoreboard 24-11. 5 points for Trey Hansen, 6 points for Luke Jensen, the extent of the scoring so far for the Tanagers. As that is Bubba Kono off the bench, and that is going to be points number 7 and 8 for Bubba Kono. And Coach Drake wants to take a quick 30-second timeout. We'll just keep it. Well, you know what? We'll take a quick one as well. This brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
Disney villain. Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Coming out of that Murph's Appliance timeout, I am not calling anybody a Disney villain. I was not talking about anybody. I'm talking about SpongeBob SquarePants. I'm not interested in that movie. I used to love SpongeBob SquarePants when Lilo was younger. Does not have appeal for me. How about for you, Parker?
Yeah, the very first SpongeBob movie was the last good SpongeBob, in my opinion.
It really was. So Blanchette for three, drains it. Spencer Blanchette, the first non-Jensen Hansen to score, makes it 26-14. Vermillion looking to trim into that lead. As here's Mebius, and boy, Mebius takes steps. His feet move every time, but Bubba Kono that's his third three-pointer. 29-14. It's now 29-17. I did not see who hit that for Vermillion. That's Trey Hansen with that one. And so that's an air ball, and that will get the ball back to Vermillion, trailing by 12, 29-17. Chance for Vermillion maybe to get that again down under double digits. Trey Hansen pulls up for the three off the back iron. Nobody there to rebound except for Will Cool. Gets it over to Mebius. Mebius out to Carter Gross for three, no good. Rebound into the hands of Gabe Larson. And Luke Jensen with the rebound up and in. So Luke Jensen with 10 points now. He's in double figures. And Vermillion has cut it back down to 10. Cool down low, guarded by Jensen. Turnaround jumper for Cool, up and in. Hard to defend for Luke Jensen. Here's Trey Hansen. Hansen with 8 points on the night. Kicks it out to Larson. Larson for three. Too hard. Rebound by Boshi Knight. Gets it over to Mebius. And a steal by Trey Hansen. Hansen pulls up, will take a three, and hits the three. Might have taken a couple of steps there. I would be upset if I were probably West Central. I'm fair. I call it down the middle. And here's Boshi Knight as Vermillion has cut that lead down to 9. And here's Carter Gross. Connor Mebius for three, no good. Rebound Trey Hansen. So Hansen with 11 points, 3 rebounds. Jensen with the ball, drives in. And that's going to be a foul on Will Cool, I believe. And that'll be Cool's second personal. So Colt Gary and Hayden Heyer check in. Carter Gross and Bubba Kono check out. Oh, now checking in a new player enters the game. Tanner Wagner. Tanner Wagner has entered the chat, as they say. Is that what they say? Tanner Wagner has entered the chat. Is that what they say?
I think so.
Trey Hansen a little off on the turnaround jumper, but rebound by Gabe Larson, and he's going to be fouled on the shot. So Gabe Larson gets the basket, makes it 31-24, and Larson will go to the line to shoot the and one, as that is a foul on Colt Gary. So 5:14 to go. Vermillion playing well this quarter. Has cut that lead down to 7. Ooh, cannot hit the free throw though. So three out of 5. Wagner over to Knight. And here's Hayden Heyer. Heyer for three, drains it. And back to a 10-point lead for Vermillion as Mebius guards Trey Hansen. Hansen out to Luke Jensen. Jensen drives in, little pull-up jumper, up and in for Luke. Luke has 12 points. Or 10 points. So that's a little jumper there for Connor Mebius. So Thomas, that pass is knocked out by Boshi Knight.
So here's Luke Jensen on the block, gets it out to Gabe Larson, who kicks it out to Blanchette for three and drains it. Spencer Blanchette with his second three-pointer. He has 6 points on the night. And that is now a 7-point lead again for West Central. As Cale Cleveland gets set to check in. Here's Carter Gross over to Boshi Knight. Back to Gross. Cross-court pass to Heyer over to Mebius. Mebius thought about the three, thought about driving, but Pat dishes it off. And Heyer for three. That's his third three-pointer. Back to a 10-point lead. Trey Hansen for three, just off the back iron. Rebound there by Connor Mebius. As that's a bad pass by Mebius, that'll be a turnover back to Vermillion. 3:02 to go here in quarter number 2. Vermillion trails 39-29 as Cleveland checks in for Trenton Thomas. As Gabe Larson will inbound to Blanchette. So here's Trey Hansen, gets it back over to Gabe Larson. Larson, Euro step, couldn't get that to complete. Rebound to Carter Gross. Mebius is going to drive, kicks it out to Heyer. Heyer's going to take the three, and his first miss of the night, and rebound into the hands of Cale Cleveland. So Trey Hansen drives in, up with the right hand, and good. Trey Hansen now has 13 points, making it 31-39, an 8-point deficit for the Tanagers with 2:21 to go as Bubba Kono looks to check in. So here's Carter Gross. Gets it off to Hayden Heyer. Heyer picked up the dribble, gets it over to Mebius. Vermillion with a good stifling defense. After that 7-0 start, it's been pretty consistent now. Heyer with the floater up and in. His first non-three-pointer of the night gives him 11 points. So back to a 10-point lead for the Trojans as Trey Hansen drives in on Carter Gross. Little pull-up jumper off the glass. And that is 15 points for Trey Hansen. Minute 34 to go. Here in quarter number 2 as Vermillion trails by 8. They'd love to get a stop here with a minute 27 to go. Mebius with the ball. As they get it down low to Colt Gary. Drives in. And that's going to be a foul on Luke Jensen. That'll be Jensen's first as Gary will go to the line to shoot 2. Minute 20 to go. As that was a nice move by Colt Gary on the baseline to get past Luke Jensen. Jensen had to foul, otherwise it was going to be a pretty easy 2 for Colt Gary. So Gary at the line to shoot his first 2 free throws. He has 2 points on the night. First free throw up and good. So West Central on pace to score more than they scored against Del Rapids, but Vermillion's already scored more than Del Rapids scored against West Central. As Gary hits both of those, he now has 4 points, and it's back to a 10-point lead with a minute 19 to go. And at the halftime, Coach Brooks said he is coming up, but we are kind of in no man's land, so I'm not quite sure if he will or not, or if he'll be able to find us. But Jensen, little pull-up jumper, nothing but net. Luke Jensen looking good tonight with 12 points now. As they get it down to Gary. Gary with the offensive foul. Good job by Cleveland to draw that charge. And so that'll be Gary's second as well. So Gary, Heyer, and Kuhl all have 2 fouls for this West Central team. As Vermillion's within 8, 52.6 seconds to go. You'd love to get a score and a stop and have that trim that deficit just a little bit before the half. So Trey Hansen is fouled there. Will that be on Carter Gross? That'll be Gross's second personal. And that is the 4th team foul. And so
If they foul again here in the next 40 seconds, Vermillion will go to the line as Gabe Larson checks the ball into Luke Jensen. Vermillion with a fresh 35, about a 4-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock as Trey Hansen, guarded by Mebius out around midcourt. Vermillion in their black uniforms with red letters and white trim and red stripes with white piping. West Central in their white uniforms with blue letters, numbers, and gold trim and blue stripes down the side. 9 seconds to go on the shot clock. Trey Hansen, and that's going to be a foul. And that is a foul on Colt Gary. That is his third personal, and Trey Hansen will go to the line to shoot 2. So not only do you get Colt Gary in a little bit of foul trouble with 3 heading into the half, Trey Hansen gets to go to the line to shoot 2, trim into that lead, and maybe get a stop.
Yeah, that was a big play from Hansen. You're wondering what he was waiting for, and it was trying to draw that contact. They were very eager there.
And Trey Hansen, misses that first free throw, though. He's now 2 for 3 from the line. As checking in is Tanner Wagner. So it's Wagner, Carter Gross, Connor Mebius, Bubba Kono, and Boshi Knight. Second free throw up and good for Hansen. As 10 seconds to go, Mebius will bring the ball up, guarded by Spencer Blanchett, gets it across the timeline with 5 seconds to go. Mebius drives, kicks it out to Gross. Gross for 3, nothing but net for Carter Gross. And that's the way the half will end. 46-36, Vermillion trails West Central. But they did cut into that lead, that deficit that happened at the first quarter. So we'll see if Coach Brooks is able to make it up here. We will be back with our Vermillion Chamber and Development Company halftime show after these messages. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Welcome to Runnings in Vermillion. Shop their great lineup of clothes for women. Names like Ariat and Carhartt for men. Boots and shoes and kids' clothing. Runnings has a large supply of animal food and accessories. Love the outdoors? See the selection of ammo, firearms, and fishing equipment. For everything you need, walk through the doors at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
The Dairy Queen Grill and Chill in Vermillion is proud to support local athletics like USD and the Tanagers. The DQ fall flavors are in, and DQ has great food at great prices. Get a $7 meal deal. Choose from a cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken basket with fries, a drink, and a sundae for only $7. Got an office team party or birthday party? If you want to celebrate, don't bake, buy a DQ cake. And DQ supports the Sanford Children's Network. So after the game, take your team for a thrill to the Dairy Queen Grill and Chill, 905 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, South Dakota.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Groups, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Clay County Abstract and Title Company has a complex job that boils down to something very simple: helping you purchase your dream with confidence. When investing in a new home, a new site for your business, or piece of property, you want peace of mind that the property is truly yours. Clay County Abstract and Title Company has been doing just that since 1946. Clay County Abstract and Title Company, proud supporters of Vermillion activities and proud to be a part of your dreams come true.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Tanager halftime show, brought to you by Vermillion Chamber and Development Company. We have Coach John Brooks with us. Coach,
okay,
a tough loss, but boy, I thought the girls played really well. I thought Taylor did what Taylor did, but I really felt like some players like Shaylin Hinseth really stepped up. But it got close there. Got a lot of physical. There was a physical element to it, but it kind of felt like right in the middle there, maybe the end of the second quarter into the third quarter, the press got to some of the girls. Just kind of take us through the game. What you're walking away feeling?
Yeah, we just told the girls it's we're not real big into moral victories. We want to win the game, but that's about as proud as I've been of a group after a game, even in a loss. I thought we had some girls really grow up tonight. It was a physical game. It was up and down. West Central is very good this year. A lot of talented kids, and we came out well in the first quarter, which was nice. And that's exactly what we told them. They're in the third quarter. They went on their little run. They got up 8-10, and it could have been really easy with a bunch of sophomores and played Tessa, an eighth grader, a lot tonight. Be really easy to fold on the road, and our girls fought back and still gave us a chance to win at the end.
Well, and you're right, exactly. Had a chance to win, and you do. At some point, you had 4 sophomores and an eighth grader out there. You had all sophomores or sophomores and juniors. A lot of growth that's going to happen in this season, whether it's game to game or from the beginning of the season to the end. How do you maintain that? Because like you said, you don't like moral victories necessarily, but tonight was, like you said, it's a proud night. The team looked good, and you saw a lot of growth from that Canton game where when it kind of got away, it felt like the moment was too big, to tonight where it did not feel like it was too big for them.
Yeah, big growth from Canton tonight. I think that was the biggest thing that we wanted to see. Like, can we start taking the steps to get where we need to go to? And it's a long season, and but I think tonight we definitely did that. And I think the biggest thing down the stretch here is obviously they're trying to bottle up Taylor, and Taylor's kind of doing her thing. But what we're most proud of too with our kids is we had kids willing to shoot the ball. Izzy and Tessa and Shay and Light, these girls are getting open and they're ready to shoot. We had a couple go in and out that really would have helped us, but really happy those kids are stepping up and having the confidence to take those shots down the stretch.
Well, and that is the biggest thing, because it's not even necessarily making them, because eventually they're going to go in. It's the willingness to take the shot that means they're going to have to defend them. And Lexi, we saw this last year where she had so many three-pointers that almost went in. Eventually those are going to drop. And same thing for Izzy. And Shaylin Hinseth just looking like a kind of a difference maker out there, both offensively and defensively. Somebody who adds a little bit of length, but maybe a little bit of outside shooting and dynamic play. If you could see her development along with Lexi and Izzy and even Callie Schultz, what do you expect to see now when you come back with Ponca at home for your first home game too?
Yeah, obviously we're excited to be at home, but excuse me, that's exactly what we just talked about in the locker room. Physical game on the road, going to get home late tonight. Bunch of kids that have never really been through this yet before, a big week, and are we going to be able to come in and have a good practice, scratch what happened tonight, get through a new scouting report, because we got another game on Thursday, and it's going to be a tall task for us to mentally and physically get these kids ready. But I know our group, I think they felt it tonight. I think they felt what it was like to be in a game in an environment like this, and I think they're going to be hungry on Thursday to get back on our home floor and open the season, our home season opener there.
Well, and I think what people need to recognize, too, is this is a West Central team that's ranked, that is really good. Beat Baltic, and, grain of salt with whatever you think about Baltic, 81-29. They scored 81 points. And with Jatan and, Ellie Knight and Schoenhold, that's a big three with this team. For you guys to be able to hang with them, I think is no small feat. So I really think this is going to be that cornerstone, that stepping stone for the rest of the season, and I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're hoping it was going to come sooner and later, and maybe this is the one that kind of gets us over the hump to make our girls believe. We didn't know. Maybe it was going to happen in Game 12. It's kind of an unknown right now. But for our girls to come compete the way they did against, I think West Central, like I said, I know everybody's looking at Sioux Falls Christian and Lennox at the top of the conference, and rightly so. They're probably the top of the two teams in the state with Makpialuta. I think West Central's close right behind them. I think West Central is very physical, athletic. Got 2 college basketball players for sure on the floor with Knight and Jatan. You can see what Jatan did tonight. So for our girls to come in here, give ourselves a chance to hang with them right down the stretch. Big growth for our squad tonight.
Well, it's exciting to see. Well, Coach, I'll let you get back to your team and get in case you guys are getting on the road. But thank you so much for coming up and finding your way up here. Like I said, it was a bit of a labyrinth. I had to go down and go to the bathroom. I'm like, I got to kind of like mark my trail because I didn't know if I was going to make my way back up. But thank you so much. Appreciate it. And we'll be in touch for the Ponca game.
All right. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks a lot. That was Coach John Brooks with us here on our Vermillion Chamber and Development Company halftime show as Vermillion trails 46-36. We'll be back right after this with quarter number 3.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
I'm Blaine Olson, owner of Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. I grew up here, graduated here, and now have a business here. I'm proud to serve the community that has helped me live this dream. I have top-notch equipment, the latest in training, along with a work ethic and the desire to serve you. Should you need repairs in the future, please remember Blaine's Body Shop across from Polaris on the Highway 50 bypass in Vermillion.
Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Now online at blainsbodyshop.com.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
To Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher as we are getting ready to bring you to quarter number 3 where Vermillion trails 46-36. Leading the way for Vermillion, Trey Hansen with 16 points, 12 for Luke Jensen, 6 for Spencer Blanchette, and 2 for Gabe Larson. For West Central, 11 points for Bubba Kono and 11 points for Hayden Heyer. Then you have Will Kuhl with 8. 6 for Connor Mebius, 3 for Boshi Knight, and 4 for Colt Gary. So here we go. West Central begins with possession. And then Carter Gross has 3. I apologize. I knew my math was not mathing there. All right, so here's Boshi Knight guarded by Trey Hansen as they get the ball out to Mebius at the top of the key. 16 seconds on the shot clock. Kuhl out in the lower left corner. As Heyer looks to drive. Kuhl guarded by Jensen. He'll pull up for a long jump shot. And Heyer with the rebound, unable to contain it. As Trey Hansen, man, he fought for that rebound. Trey Hansen, you got to love seeing that kind of fight in a player. He was amongst the trees. And here's Jensen. Over to Trenton Thomas. Thomas yet to score. Gets it out to Luke Jensen. Luke Jensen has it knocked away by Kuhl. And they're going to call a foul on Luke Jensen. So that'll be Jensen's second personal. With 7:05, 55 seconds gone. Nobody has scored as of yet. Defense by West Central there seemed a little amped up from the first half. I mean, that was pretty close in that kind of man-to-man that they had going as Kuhl inbounds to Mebius. Boshi Knight guarded out there by Trey Hansen. Mebius loses control but gets it back over to Hayden Heyer. As Mebius looks to drive. No, that was Heyer, I apologize. Loses control, Luke Jensen with the ball with the steal. And Trenton Thomas with a pull-up jumper from the elbow for his first points of the night. And Vermillion's on the board first here in the second half as Mebius brings the ball up, guarded by Blanchette. Mebius drives in, lays it in. That was a nice move by Mebius. You can see why he's so effective in All-State as a point guard. Trey Hansen thought about pulling up for the 3, does take the 3, leaves it short, and nobody's in position to grab that, and so that'll be a turnover to West Central, as the lead is now 10 again on the Mesaba scoreboard. This is Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. And you can hear the chants from the West Central student section about overrated, and sometimes I think Trey feels like he needs to prove himself, and I don't think he should have to. He has proven himself. He is one of the best players in the state. As Mebius drives in, and they're going to call a foul on Blanchette there. So Spencer Blanchette with the second personal, and that'll send Mebius to the line. So Mebius going to the line for the first time. First one for Mebius is in. He now has 9 points on the night. Second free throw, nothing but net. That puts Mebius in the double-digit category. Third player in double digits for West Central. As Trey Hansen goes down the right side and loses control, out of bounds off of Will Cool. So Vermillion will inbound the ball. 28 seconds on the shot clock now. Gabe Larson gets it down to Trey Hansen just off the block with a nice move. Hansen up, and that is going to be a foul on Bubba Kono. Nope, on Boshi Knight. That'll be Knight's first. Trey will go to the line to shoot two. Vermillion now trailing by 12. Hansen's first free throw will roll in. He is now 4 for 5 on the night. He now has 17 points. 50-39 Vermillion trails. Make that 50-40 as Trey Hansen now has 18 points on the evening. So 5:34 to go. Vermillion trailing 50-40 as Mebius drives in. Kicks it out to Cool. Cool from the top of the key for three. Nothing but net. Cool makes it a 13-point lead for West Central. Down low to Jensen. Up and cannot get it to fall. But he gets his own rebound and puts it back. So nice put back for Luke Jensen. And Coach Drake wants to take a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. Brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. This is Tanager basketball. Vermillion trails 53-42 on the Mesaba scoreboard. Tanager basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Todd's Electric, your full-service electrical contracting company. Todd's Electric services residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial customers. From the simplest service call to the most complex design build project, Todd's Electric has the expertise to do it right. Call Todd's Electric for all your electrical needs. Todd's Electric, helping you control all things electric. Except for lightning. Todd's Electric. Go Tanagers!
Wanting a specialist without leaving town? We've got you covered. Our clinic offers specialists for the health and wellness of your family. From pediatricians to OBGYNs, plus primary care. You can find it all at home.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. After that Murph's Appliance timeout, 5:08 on the Mesaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 53-42 with Parker Orr. I'm Michael Schumacher from the campus of West Central at the Coliseum in Hartford, South Dakota. West Central inbounding the ball. It'll be Bubba Kono along with Connor Mebius, Will Cool, Hayden Heyer, and Boshi Knight. Out there for Vermillion, Gabe Larson, Trenton Thomas, Luke Jensen, Trey Hansen, and Spencer Blanchette. And Will Cool drives in, and he's going to be fouled by Luke Jensen. That'll be Jensen's third. I do believe when Cool drives, though, he does travel. We'll see if they ever start calling that, but he does like to move his feet. Is a lot like Mebius in that, where they like to get going before they actually get the ball on the ground. So Cool shooting a free throw here. First one is up and good. So we'll see if they take Jensen out, as he has 3 personal fouls. As Cool hits both free throws. So Hansen kicks it out to Blanchette. Blanchette drives in, little pop-up jumper off the glass, and good. So Blanchette with his first non-3-point field goal gives him 8 points on the night. School gets it off to Mebius. Mebius for three, nothing but net. And man, if they're going to be shooting like that, it's so hard to keep up. I mean, they just haven't been missing from the 3-point line. So Spencer Blanchette gets it over to Gabe Larson. Larson over to Luke Jensen. Jensen drives in on Cool. Into Blanchette. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Larson drives. Up and in off of glass. So nice job by Gabe Larson for his second bucket of the night, giving him 4 points. 58-46. And that's going to be a foul on Gabe Larson. That'll be his first personal. That'll be the 5th team. So even though it was on the shot and he'd be going to the line anyhow, Mebius will be shooting 2. Oh, no, that was just the 4th personal. Okay. And they didn't call it on the shot, so okay. So Colt Gary comes in. Bubba Kono checks out. Oh, no, Kono. All right, so they do get the ball into Cool. Cool over to Mebius. Mebius will take a long straight on 3 off the back iron. No good. Rebound into the hands of Hayden Heyer. As Mebius guarded by Trey Hansen. Mebius drives, gets it out to Boshi. Boshi for 3. No good. Rebound into Heyer. And that's going to be a double dribble on Hayden Heyer. I don't know that did you see the first dribble? I did not see the first dribble. I'll be honest. I'm a little surprised with that. Hey, I'll take it. I'm a Tanager fan. But Vermillion to inbound here as Trenton Thomas has checked out. Cale Cleveland has checked in. As Trey Hansen will bring the ball up for the Tanagers. Drives into the paint, up with the right hand, and they're going to call a travel on Hansen. And Coach Drake is a little irritated with that call as, West Central's been driving like that all night. So, and that's what he said. He's pointing down to this side being like, hey, you know. So just a little coaching battles. You get in the ear of the refs and you try to get that call later. But 58-46, Vermillion still trails by 12 as here's Heyer for 3. And that's another one. That's his 4th three-pointer as he now has 14 points. 61-46, 3:02 to go. As Trey Hansen is fouled by Mebius. That's Mebius' first personal. Second team of the quarter with 3 minutes to go. Luke Jensen will be inbound for the Tanagers. As Hansen has the ball out front, guarded by Cool. And that's going to be a foul on Cool. Nice job by Trey Hansen. He got Cool in the air, which when you're 6'10", I'm not quite sure why you leave your feet, but then Hansen just leaned into it. So Hansen gets 2 shots and third foul on Will Cool. So Hansen with 18 points on the night, looking for number 19 on this free throw with 2:52 to go. And that first free throw is up and good. So that's 19 points as Cool will check out. Bubba Kono checks in. Now, I know it's nice to say Cool checked out, but Bubba Kono, the way he's playing, he has 11 points on the night off the bench. So, just a different weapon as Trey Hansen hits both free throws. So Hansen now has 20 points on the night. Vermillion trails by 13. If Vermillion could just get one nice run, it could be a huge thing. And there's a nice steal by Trey. Trey, he's going to pull it up here. No, he's going to drive in. Little hesitation as he is fouled under the basket. Will that be on Heyer or will that be on Gary? If it's on Gary, that's on Heyer. That's Heyer's third. So Heyer, Gary, and Cool each have 3 fouls as Trey Hansen goes to the line. With 2.5 minutes to go, both teams have 4 team fouls. Hansen's first free throw up and good. So whoever fouls next, every foul from now on will lead to free throws. As Carter Gross checks in And Colt Gary checks out. Hayden Heyer checks out, and Will Cool checks in. Free throw is short. Rebound by Gabe Larson. And Hansen thought about the long three. Gets it down low to Cale Cleveland, up and in, and Cleveland has his first bucket of the night. Nice job by Trey on that one. And Boshi Knight with a nice little floater, though, to bring it back. So Boshi Knight with his second field goal takes it back out to a 12-point lead. 2:03 to go. Hansen thought about the three, gets it over to Larson. Larson drives in, thinks about the floater, up, and oh! They are going to call a charge on Larson, and Coach Drake is not happy about that one either. I did not see that being an offensive foul. That was not a control issue at all. And I have not thrown a bottle. I have an empty pop bottle here. I have not thrown it yet. Are you proud of me?
Huh?
Are you proud of me? I haven't thrown an empty pop bottle at this person yet. Minute 47 to go. Mebius out to Cool at the top of the key. The self-control I'm showing is amazing. Cool, blocked by Trey Hansen. Nice job by Trey. Vermillion looking to get it back down to 10. As Trey is going to be fouled by Bubba Kono. That's going to be his first personal. Hansen will go to the line to shoot two with 21 points on the night. Here with a minute 32 to go in quarter number 3. So Hansen's making things happen. He might not be getting a ton of buckets, but he's getting to the line, getting fouls, and getting points, and keeping Vermillion in this game. First free throw up and good. So he is now 9 for 11 on the night. 22 points. Second free throw is good. So 23 points on the night for Trey. 10-point deficit now, a minute and a half to go. Mebius, guarded by Larson. Back to Cool. Cool for three. Off the back iron. Rebound into Luke Jensen. As Jensen gets it back to Trey Hansen. Nice job by Luke to secure that rebound. Vermillion trying to get it down to a single-digit deficit. As Cleveland drives the baseline up and cannot get it to fall. And Trey Hansen just did not time the jump quite properly. And so that is off of Connor Mebius, though. So Vermillion will inbound the ball with 35 seconds on the shot clock, a minute 5 on the game clock. Boy, if you're Vermillion, if you could get this down to a single-digit deficit, you'd have to feel like this quarter was a success. As Trey, with a nice move, hits a cutting Gabe Larson up and in. Beautiful play by Trey Hansen to hit Gabe Larson as they work so well together. Cool, thought about the three. Pull-up jumper and cannot get it to fall. And that is out of bounds. Nice job by Boshi Knight to get that off of Luke Jensen. So that'll give them a fresh 35. 46 seconds on the game clock. Mebius to inbound the ball here along the baseline. As they get it to a cutting Will Cool. And that gets it back to a 10-point lead. About 6-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock now. 36 seconds to go in the game, in the quarter. Trey Hansen guarded out there by Bubba Kono. So it's Hansen, Blanchette, Larson, Jensen, and Cleveland. Meanwhile, it's Cool, Gross, Kono, Knight, and Mebius for West Central. 15 seconds to go, 8 seconds on the shot clock. Trey Hansen drives in. And boy, a lot of contact. And Trey Hansen gets a hand on that pass. And Mebius with a pull-up three at the jump, at the buzzer. And not at the buzzer, with 3 seconds to go. That'll be out of bounds off of West Central. Quite a bit of contact that they didn't call as Trey drove in there. I understand that maybe they thought he was trying to draw contact. Maybe that's why they didn't call it, but a lot of contact to not go uncalled. But because there was actually a foul called on Carter Gross, so Luke Jensen's at the line to shoot two, and the first free throw is up and good. I'm sorry, I thought they called it out of bounds. So Jensen hits a free throw, cuts that down to 9 as Colt Gary checks in for Carter Gross. And Luke Jensen now has 15 points on the night, second leading scorer for the Tanagers. Second free throw up and good for Luke Jensen. So Vermillion within 8, 2 seconds to go. And that shot is blocked by Luke Jensen. And that's the way the quarter will end. Vermillion cuts into the lead. It was a 10-point deficit. It's now an 8-point deficit, 65-57. West Central leads on the Mesaba scoreboard. We'll be back after these messages. This is Tanager.
If you're looking for the perfect fit, Vermillion Vision Care Associates fits like the right pair of glasses. Vision Care Associates has its roots in family eye care, and the doctors are well known for being primary eye care providers. With the ability to treat and diagnose a variety of settings, Vermillion Vision Care Associates is the right fit for you. Plus, they can fit you into a new pair of glasses, sunglasses, or contacts that feel just right. With continuing education, see the best doctors at Vermillion Vision Care Associates.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We enter this fourth quarter on the Mesaba scoreboard. 8 minutes to go, 65-57. Vermillion outscored West Central by 2, 21-19. Vermillion will start with possession, so Spencer Blanchette will inbound. It's Blanchette, Hansen, Larson, Trenton Thomas, and Gabe Larson. So Larson, Jensen, Hansen, Cleveland, and Connor Mebius steals that from Trey Hansen, and that is a foul on the shot as Mebius, and he got mostly ball. I understand that it looked bad, but he got mostly ball. You can't say he was just going for body there.
Yeah, it was a really hard foul, but it was not intentional at all.
No. If he hadn't touched the ball, if he had just grabbed his head, okay. But your student section here was calling for a technical, and it wasn't. So first free throw from Mebius is no good. So Vermillion still within 8 here with 7:49 to go. Second free throw for Mebius. That will be nothing but net. 3 for 4 from the line for Mebius, as he now has 14 points on the night. Hansen pulls up for the 3, and that's going to be a foul on Kono. As Trey Hansen's getting pretty good at drawing those fouls as he gets those players in the air. That'll be Kono's second personal. But that was a smart play by Trey as he gets to the line to shoot 2. First free throw is short, as he has hit 10 out of 13 now. Make that 11 out of 14. Back to an 8-point deficit for the Tanagers. As Mebius brings the ball up here. Gets it down low to Colt Gary. And they're going to call a foul on Trenton Thomas as Gary hits the shot. And he'll go for the and one. So if you're Vermillion, you'd love to try to get some fouls on Gary, Higher, or Cool. As Gary's free throw is up and good. So now it's back to an 11-point lead. So, and Bubba Kono now has committed his third personal as Trey was fouled on the shot. Trey will go to the line to shoot 2. Nope, they're not going to say. They're going to say it was not on the shot. So I was kind of surprised. I thought that was going to be a stretch to call that on the shot. But Hansen inbounds it, gets it to Larson. Larson guarded by Mebius. Over to Blanchette. Blanchette will drive the left side of the lane. And here's Jensen guarded by Cool. Over to Hansen. Hansen with the floater. Up and banks it in. Trey Hansen with a beautiful shot there. Now has 26 points on the evening.
So it's down to a 9-point deficit as Mebius lost it for a little bit, did get it into the hands of Bubba Kono. I just like saying Bubba Kono, so I'm going to say Bubba Kono whenever I can. And there's Mebius with a short little pull-up jumper from the baseline, and Coach Hollenbeck wants to take a timeout as West Central has an 11-point lead, 71-60 on the Mesaba scoreboard. This is Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
See, and that's been what's bugging me all night. Welcome back to Tanager Basketball. Brought to you by First Dakota National Bank, coming out of the Murph's Appliance timeout. Connor Mebius, not to be confused with Morpheus from The Matrix. So I bet that's been bugging me all night. I thought his name was very similar to that. Or Amoeba. He's not an amoeba either. So.
Amoeba, there you go.
Yeah. So Connor Mebius with 16 points on the night to lead West Central. As Vermillion will inbound, now trailing by 11 with 6 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Trey Hansen, Gabe Larson, Luke Jensen, Trenton Thomas, and Spencer Blanchette out there for Vermillion. Trey Hansen, boy, left that short, but rebound into the hands of Spencer Blanchette as Trey Hansen will drive in, and he's going to be fouled. Will that be on Boshi? I believe that's going to be on Boshi Knight. That'll be Knight's second personal. No, that's on Kono. That's on Kono's fourth. Wow. So Colt Gary checks out, but Kono stays in. I think Kono was also one of the names on the aliens on The Simpsons. Kono. Here's Jensen. Jensen got cool in the air. Nice move by Luke Jensen to just drive in unmolested. Luke Jensen now has 18 points on the night. 6:17 to go. Vermillion back within 9. Boy, you'd love to get a stop here, though. Because, man, if you get it to 7, then that feels like a different ball game. So here's Hayden Heyer, gets it out to Mebius at the top of the key. Over to Boshi Knight. They get it down low to Cool in the block. Cool up with the right hand, and boy, that is just so hard to defend. He's just good enough of ball handler to be able to be dangerous there. So back to an 11-point lead for West Central as Hansen drives into the block. No foul called, and the shot's no good. Rebound. Oh, are they going to call a foul on Trenton Thomas?
No, the foul's on, yeah.
Okay, so the foul's on Mebius. I was like, are they really going to call that on Vermillion? But that's Mebius' second personal. Fourth team foul, so free throws from the next foul on with 5:39 to go. As Gabe Larson will check inbound the ball. Spencer Blanchette guarded by Boshi Knight out there. Trey Hansen for 3 off the back iron, no good. Rebound Will Cool. And boy, I'm sure Vermillion or maybe Coach Drake would have hoped for a higher percentage shot just to get that back under the double digits, just for that mental side of it. As here's Carter Gross, pull-up jumper from the elbow, no good. Rebound into the hands of Trenton Thomas. Trey out to Spencer Blanchette. Blanchette cutting across, and that's going to be a foul on Cool, I think. That's going to be Cool's fourth. And that is the 5th team foul, so Blanchette will go to the line. And yes, that is on Cool. So Will Cool with 4. Bubba Kono with 4. So starting to be some foul trouble for West Central as Colt Gary gets ready to check in after this free throw. First free throw up and good for Spencer Blanchette. Nothing but net, Spencer Blanchette, as I like to call him. 5 minutes to go, 10-point deficit for the Tanagers, 73-63 on the Mesaba scoreboard. Blanchette looking to take it down to single digits. We've been going back and forth between 11 points and 9 points for the last, quarter, And so Vermillion looking to get a stop here as Knight gets it over to Carter Gross. Higher.
Back to Mebius. So Mebius getting the call. Play from Coach Dave Hollenbeck. And boy, no foul called. And I'm just going to say, I would have expected one if that were the opposite. But that is out of bounds off of Vermillion, so West Central will inbound. But it did not touch net, so they have 10 seconds to get the shot as Mebius will inbound along the baseline. And they get it. And that is out of bounds. That'll be off of Hayden Heyer, so turnover for West Central. So a chance for Vermillion to get it down to that 7, maybe even 6 points, depending on what they do here. 4:33 to go on the Mesaba scoreboard. Blanchette will bring the ball up, gets across midcourt. Over to Trey Hansen. Hansen drives in, up with the right hand and in for Hansen. And Hansen just hurt his leg. Hansen just, whether he rolled an ankle or something, it's 73-66, so we'll take an injury timeout. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. It might be a cramp, who knows? But we'll take a quick timeout. This is Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermillion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
When it comes to protecting your home, trust the experts at Dave's Roofing, the elite roofing company based in Elk Point, South Dakota. Dave's Roofing delivers a commitment to quality and service that extends from installation to repair and replacement of residential and commercial roofing projects, done right with no mess left behind. Don't wait until the next storm hits. Call Dave's Roofing today for your free estimate. Experienced, quality, reliable.
Okay.
It's funny how life is made up of moments, quiet ones, big ones, and ones you never forget. A wish, a milestone, a moment you didn't know would mean so much. Because life is made in the moments we share. Voyage Federal Credit Union. For every memory made, for every moment ahead.
Candice Couture is your complete women's lingerie shop. Bras, underwear, PJs, loungewear, swimwear, sports bras, activewear, and much, much more. Small to 3 extra large and over 200 different sizes of bras. AA to O cup bands 28 to 56 in store. Candice Couture, 17 West Main Street.
The Pizza Ranch Vermillion is your event headquarters. Enjoy the crisp salad bar, the country's best chicken, and fresh pizza. Want a custom pizza? Just ask. We are proud to offer the buffet your way. And the Fun Zone Arcade features 36 games, 2 golf simulators, and full bar. Perfect for pregame tailgates and parties. Have a business meeting, team, or office party? Reserve the Dakota Center, a place next to USG.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Not sure with 4:16 to go. Vermillion trails by 7, but I'm not sure if we've seen the last of Trey Hansen as he's trying to loosen that leg up. Not quite sure what he did. So 4:12 to go, halfway through this fourth quarter. Vermillion trails by 7. They've cut that lead down. But as Hayden Heyer, and that is stolen away by Gabe Larson. Larson with the steal. And Vermillion has a chance to cut it down to 5 here. But again, Spencer Blanchette currently on the sidelines trying to stretch out a muscle. Gabe Larson for 3, no good. But Luke Jensen, who had the rebound. And that's going to be a foul on Luke Jensen. So that'll be a turnover to West Central as Luke Jensen now has 4 personals. 3 team fouls as Will Cool checks in. Colt Gary checks out. So Will Cool with 4 fouls checks in. Bubba Kono with 4 fouls is still on the bench. And here's Connor Mebius with 3:40 to go.
And that's a long three for Hayden Heyer, no good, but rebound by Boshi Knight, and that's one of those that Coach Drake is going to be really upset with because that was just a hustle rebound. Boshi Knight just in position, got himself into position, back to a 9-point lead for West Central. As Luke Jensen gets it over to Cale Cleveland. Cale Cleveland came in to replace Luke Jensen. As that gets into Gabe Larson, and Coach Jay Drake wants to take a full timeout. So Gabe Larson now with 8 points on the night. Vermillion trails by 7, 75-68, 3:07 on the Mesaba scoreboard. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Tanager basketball on Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, and Vermillion Tanagers on YouTube. Brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion treats you like family. 6291.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on Fox Sports Radio and Vermillion Tanagers YouTube. With 3:07 to go on the Mesaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 75-68. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. Vermillion has 1 timeout left. West Central has 4. As Connor Mebius, Carter Gross, Will Cool, Hayden Heyer, and Boshi Knight are out there for West Central. For Vermillion, Luke Jensen, Cale Cleveland, Spencer Blanchette, Trenton Thomas, and Gabe Larson for the Tanagers. That's right, no Trey Hansen, as he is still over on the sidelines trying to stretch out that leg, it looks like, and I'm not quite sure if that's going to be successful. He's been out for a couple minutes now, or a minute and a half of game time, as Heyer kicks it back out to Mebius for 3, just short, rebound, Gabe Larson. So Vermillion with a chance again to get it down to 5, as Larson has his 4th rebound of the night. As Luke Jensen, he'll pull up for the 3, and that will drop. And that is a 3-pointer for Luke Jensen. Luke Jensen with 21 points on the night. As Cool is on the block, Jensen guarding him. And that's going to be a foul on Jensen, and that is going to be Luke's 5th foul. Luke Jensen will now foul out, as he was trying to body Will Cool, but there just wasn't, I think Cool kind of played into it as well. So Carter Gross checks out. Bubba Kono checks in. So that brings in Grant Rohrig. No, Trey Hansen checking in. Definitive limp. Is this our Willis Reed moment? Willis Reed is Trey Hansen. Trey Hansen is Willis Reed. Walking in with a slight limp. We'll see if he's able to keep up here as Hansen guards Cool. And Cool with the putback. There's just no defense for that. Hansen is gimping. Cleveland for a 3. Rebound into the hands of West Central. Connor Mebius drives in, kicks it out to Knight. 2:06 to go. It's a 6-point lead for West Central. A stop here would be huge for Vermillion. Cool has it, guarded by Trey. Boy, a hook shot, and again, 6'10" with that wingspan. There's just no defense for that. That's why Kareem made that something like that so indefensible. Oh. And Cale Cleveland went to pass it, and Trey Hansen cut. And Cleveland tried to gather it back up, couldn't, but was still walking with it. So Vermillion, a couple of mistakes here, now trailed by 8 with 1:35 to go. And expect West Central to use as much of this clock as they can, as it's currently a 3-possession game. So they could get it down to a minute of game time left. And Trey Hansen just not quite looking right out there. But he's fighting through. And so Connor Mebius now with 1:13 to go. And 10 seconds on the shot clock, and that's going to be out of bounds off of Trey Hansen. 7 seconds on the shot clock for West Central. They'll have to inbound the ball here. As they get it into Cool. Cool with an up and under, up and in. 23 points on the night for Cool, and that's now back to a 10-point lead. Trey Hansen drains the three. Timeout taken by Jay Drake, as Trey now has 31 points. We'll take a quick timeout. This is a full timeout as well, brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Tanager basketball brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Fuller Digital Solutions started small, but now we're growing as FDS provides live streaming coverage for over 20 schools across 3 different states on our Fuller Digital Solutions YouTube channel. Subscribe to get notified when we go live for your school events. Big events are captured live, and your business can get noticed with advertising during our live streams. Local talent and camera operators are encouraged to contact us too. For future employment, no experience necessary, we will train. For information about advertising or working with Fuller Digital Solutions, email us and follow us on Facebook.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team. Fixing pickles since 1984.
Both night and day. Woohoo! We're just singing a little Go Tell It on the Mountain. Your turn, Parker. Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. 55.7 seconds to go. On the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails by 7. You'll see a full court press here as Vermillion has no timeouts left. I don't know that anyone expected Vermillion to hang with West Central this close. West Central second in the prep media poll as Blanchette picks up Boshi Knight as Knight drives in. They get it to Cool, and there's just no defense for that, and it's going to be 9-point lead with 40 seconds to go. Hansen over to Blanchette. Blanchette for a long three. Cannot get it to fall. Cool grabs the rebound. And shot clock is off. Knight has the ball. Down to Connor Mebius. Mebius up and in. It's going to look like an 11-point victory or around there, but it's much closer than that as Trey Hansen will be fouled on the shot by Hayden Heyer. Heyer had 3 fouls in the first half. That's now his 4th as Hansen will go to the line to shoot 3. Hansen with 31 points on the night. At the very least, Trey, anyone that wanted to say overrated, as Grant Rohrig gets set to check in, Trey can't get that first one to fall. I believe Grant will be coming in for Trey. Hits that second one. So that's 32 points now for Trey. He's averaging over 30 points a game. And where he is on the Vermillion all-time scoring list, he's going to be steadily moving up that list. And left that last one short as Cool got the rebound. So I'm not sure Coach Drake will make his way up here for the postgame. We'll see. I'll text him where we are, but Connor Mebius is going to dribble the ball out. West Central will come away with a 10-point victory. But you know what? They can't feel too comfortable with this victory. It's here at home. They had a lot going for them with hitting threes, and they could not put Vermillion away, and that's with Vermillion, Luke Jensen in foul trouble. Trey Hansen out of action for about 4 minutes of game time, 3 minutes of game time. So I think Vermillion has to be not satisfied with this performance, but have to at least be somewhat inspired that
this West Central team that was receiving first place votes, second in the overall rankings in the prep media poll, that you hung with them on their home court with their student body, with their crowd. So a lot of positives to take away, some negatives, obviously, but a lot of people contributed for Vermillion. So we'll see if this Tanager team can come back with a victory. They'll be playing on Saturday at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center as they'll take on the Crofton Warriors. Trey Hansen limping off with his team. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with the Vermillion Chamber and Development Company postgame show right after this.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
To be honest, it's the people that I work with. I love what I do. You gotta love what you do to come every day. But the people I work with make coming 10 times easier. You want to be a part of a team that cares for you and that actually put in the time to teach you and show you the things to do in a proper way. You're just full of people who care.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Vermillion was led in scoring as they do fall here. Vermillion was led in 85-74. Vermillion was led in scoring by Trey Hansen with 32 points, Luke Jensen with 21, 10 for Spencer Blanchette, 8 for Gabe Larson, and 2 for Cale Cleveland. For West Central, Connor Mebius had 18 points. Carter Gross had 3. Will Cool ended up with 25. Then you had 14 for Hayden Heyer. I apologize there. 7 points for Colt Gary. 7 points for Boshi Knight. And you also had 11 points for Bubba Kono. I love that name, Bubba Kono. So West Central, again, Vermillion, they're not going to be happy with this loss. But I feel like there's a lot of positives for them to take away because they played with one of the top teams in the state, all-state guard in Connor Mebius, 6'10 player in Will Cool. You had Colt Gary, Hayden Heyer. You had Bubba Kono going crazy from the outside. Hayden Heyer crazy from the outside, and yet they could not put Vermillion away. So you have to feel pretty not content or happy, but just positive that this season you're going to have a lot going for you because you could hear Vermillion was more than just Trey Hansen. They were more than just Luke Jensen. Spencer Blanchette contributing 10 points. Gabe Larson contributing 8. It was a nice team win or team effort for this Tanager squad. All right, I tell you what, let's take a look around the state as South Dakota has action all night tonight. All around the state. So let's take a quick look here as we can get that pulled up. All right. Double A girls basketball tonight. You had Huron over Brookings 65-50. Mitchell over Watertown 49-39. Harrisburg over leads Lincoln 44-13. Brandon Valley defeats Sioux Falls Jefferson 73-44. And Sioux Falls Washington defeats Yankton 57-24. Sturgis Brown over Lead Deadwood 67-27. In Class A girls, West Central beat Vermillion by 3. Groton area beats Sisseton by 4. Phillip over Belfouche. Winner defeats Stanley County. Canton over Garrettson 40-25. Dubrick area over Dual. Bon Home defeats Scotland Menno 37-32. Wagner defeats Mount Vernon Plankinton 47-18. Hamlin over Flandreau 63-37. Dakota Valley, wow, just gets past Beersford 69-62. Not sure if Dakota Valley's not as good as we thought they might be, or Beersford's better than some people were assuming they would be. But one of them's true there. Nice job there by Beersford to hang with Dakota Valley tonight. Platte Geddes defeats Kimball White Lake. Miller defeats Gettysburg. Tri-Valley defeats Madison. Lennox over Del Rapids. Castlewood over Elkton Lake Benton. And McCook Central Montrose over number 10 Freeman 42-40. Baltic over Parker Marion. Sturgis Brown over Lead Deadwood. Mobridge Pollock over Aberdeen Roncalli. And then in Class B, Gayville Vollen defeats Wausau 61-32. Burke over North Central. Parkston over Trip Delmont Armor. Phillip over Belfouche. Chester over Howard. Lyman over Sully Buttes. This is brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, our look around the state. Brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort. Lyman defeats Sully Buttes big 68-13. Dubrick area over Dual. Wessington Springs over DeSmet. Bridgewater Emory defeats Viborg Hurley by 3. Ipswich over North Central. Fulton area over Sunshine Bible Academy. Sanborn Central Woonsocket over Hitchcock Tulare 68-45. Corsica Stickney 51-16 over Avon. Platte Geddes over Kimball White Lake. Miller over Gettysburg. Ethan defeats Andes Central Dakota Christian. Warner Big over Aberdeen Christian. Oldham Ramona Rutland over Sioux Falls Lutheran. Langford area over Esteline Hendricks 48-47. Windermere and Lidgerwood out of North Dakota over Wilmot 63-35. Coleman Egan over Canastota. Castlewood over Elkton Lake Benton. Again, McCook Central Montrose, a Class A team, over number 10 Freeman in Class B 42-40. Harriet Selby area leads Timber Lake 55-40 with 2 minutes to go, so good. I cannot stand Timber Lake. Don't come at me, don't care. Lemon over Hettinger Scranton, North Dakota 55-18. Now in boys action in AA. Sioux Falls, Washington beats Yankton 54-42. Kind of the same story as Yankton had last year, just on the outside looking in on some of these comebacks. Sioux Falls Lincoln over Harrisburg 66-53. Huron over Brookings 66-50. Mitchell over Watertown 43-36 with 4 minutes to go. At the end of the half, Sturgis leads Lead Deadwood. In Class A boys, obviously West Central defeats Vermillion. Castlewood over Elkton Lake Benton. Groton area over Sisseton. McCook Central Montrose over Hanson. Wabash Summit over Webster area. Baltic over Parker Marion. Hamlin over Flandreau. Gettysburg over Miller. Florence Henry over Waverly South Shore. Wagner over Mount Vernon Plankinton with 1 minute to go, leading by 13. With 5 minutes to go in the fourth, Bon Home leading Scotland Menno 45-43. Platte Geddes over Kimball White Lake big. Dubrick area defeats Dual. Garrettson over Canton. Dakota Valley leads Beersford by 16 with 7 minutes to go. Stanley County over Winter. Madison over Tri-Valley after 3. Sturgis Brown leads Lead Deadwood, and Gregory Chamberlain no score. Castlewood over Elkton Lake Benton in Class B. North Central defeats Burke. Wabash Summit defeats Webster area. Lemon leads Phillip 19-18 at the half. Gettysburg beats Miller by 4. Florence Henry beats Waverly South Shore by 8. Del Rapids St. Mary over Mitchell Christian. Woolsey Wessington over Iroquois Lake Preston. Leola Frederick area over Oaks out of North Dakota. Wausau defeats Gayville Vollen 53-36. Platte Geddes leads Kimball White Lake big. Dubrick area beats Dual big. Viborg Hurley beats Bridgewater Emory 50-44. Sanborn Central Woonsocket over Hitchcock Tulare by 10. Fulton area over Sunshine Bible Academy. DeSmet over Wessington Springs by 8 with 3 minutes to go. Ipswich defeats North Central. Ethan leads Andes Central. Dakota Christian. Parkston leads Trip Delmont Armor. Chester over Howard by 2 with 1 minute to go. Sully Buttes defeats Lyman. Aberdeen Christian over Warner by 9 with 1 minute to go. Esteline Hendricks defeats Langford area. And no score update in Sioux Falls Lutheran, Oldham Ramona Rutland, or Gregory Chamberlain. And we do have Coach Drake here. He came up through the stands, avoided the labyrinth. So we'll hand that headset over to him.
was locked out the other way.
Yeah, it's a nice broadcast location, but yeah, it's a little tricky. Well, Coach, I was saying after the game, you're never happy with a loss, but this is a team that a lot of people are thinking could be one of those final 2-3 teams. They've got the size of a Will Cool. They've got the all-state guard in Connor Mebius. They had players shooting lights out like Bubba Kono and Hayden Heyer and the quickness of Boshi Knight, and they could not put you guys away. So while not happy, satisfied, or content, some positives to take away.
Yeah, definitely. I think I said on Friday night it's hard to tell with the Lutheran game. It's always nice to get a game in. I said we'd find a lot more about our basketball team tonight, and dug ourselves a hole early, right? I said about 5 times, and I do think, Sioux Falls Christian, West Central, the Lennoxes, Clark Willow Lakes, Grotons of the world. We're going to see a lot of these teams that are top 5 type teams. And, I told our assistant coaches tonight about 5 times, this team's really, really good. And we knew that going in, but obviously until you see them in person and get in the film, it was hard with the Dells film. They're tough to guard. They got shooters and athletes around, and then when you have an inside-outside combination of Mebius and Cool, the thing I liked about our group tonight is we just kept battling and fighting. We've got to get better defensively, but we knew that going into the season, and that's going to be a constant concern, and we got to get better as the year goes on. Got to do a better job rebounding the basketball. The biggest takeaway for us is for as bad as we were at times, and they're tough to guard, we didn't take care of the basketball. And I think in the first half we had, with our stats on the bench, they had 12 points off turnovers. And a lot of times if you don't take care of the basketball, it's the transition points. You can't guard that. We say it all the time. We'd rather just take a 5 count, go take it out of bounds, and make them score against us in the half court. You can't guard the transition bucket. So 12, and then I bet another 8 to 10 in the second half, that when you give a team like that 20 easy ones in transition, and that's something we learn from that, and it's something that's in our control, right? Taking care of the basketball, making good decisions. But for us in the fight, competing, I think we'd gotten it to 7 or 8, and then Trey goes down with a cramp, and it looks like probably the whole gym thinks this game's over for sure. And then I think we still got it to 4 with about 2:15, 2:20 left to go, and giving ourselves a chance late. And just couldn't finish the basketball game. So the bright side, this team's as good as anyone in Class A, and we played them, battled them, competed, hung in there, and gave ourselves a chance.
Well, and tonight you guys showed, Trey Hansen, stellar numbers. Luke Jensen looked really good. So, really nice mid-range game, but even just pulled up kind of a step and then a step back for a 3. Luke, I thought, really showed development of his game. But I thought Spencer Blanchette and Gabe Larson and Cale Cleveland all really contributed well, and you're going to need that, because even if you just have the 2 guys, if they're able to focus on them, if they're able to step up, that's going to be a huge difference maker for you guys.
Yeah, it was huge. I think most teams guarding us, right, based off of last year with Trey and Luke offensively. They're going to key on those guys. Spencer hit a couple threes there in the basketball that loosens things up. We know from last year Gabe can knock down some threes and had a couple good looks, but did some other things, had a couple nice back cuts in the paint for layups. Cale, had a bucket. He had one on the baseline late in the game. I thought he was going to get there, but he's attacking, and he just needs to be a little bit more aggressive. We got to develop depth, right? We're getting to maybe 7-8 guys. But yeah, the fight these guys had and just not shying away. Early on, I think they got up 15-16 maybe, and it looked like their gym's rocking here, and they might be able to pull one of those Dells things they had from last night, and we knew they'd go for a knockout punch. But that's the nice thing with our group tonight is we didn't shy away from it. We competed, we battled, and we always got ourselves back in the game. And you learn from that, and now it's on us as a coaching staff, defensively and rebounding, and then just us taking care of the basketball on the offensive end.
Well, now you have 3 days, and then you guys are in the Sanford Coyote Sports Center against the Crofton Warriors. Now, Crofton, their boys team looks to be a little bit improved this year. A lot of that talent returned, and some other players who were injured last year, so they're looking like they might be a little bit tougher test than maybe thought last year.
What do you do over the next 3 days to prepare for that?
Yeah, get some rest, obviously, here. Going into tonight, I think Crofton's 3-1. They play tonight against, I think, Hardington Cedar Catholic, and then they've got the game on Thursday. Will be their 7th game, I believe, on Saturday, which is always a concern when it's only our 3rd game. But I think this is the 4th or 5th year of this classic, our kind of Booster Club Classic, and it's a big one for us just going into the break, right? You always want to get a game in, but now we're going to get a few days off after that, and you want to try to get one. And if we can get to 2-1 before the break and play well on Saturday, because we're going to need it, because when we come out of the break with Groton and Clark Willow Lake, it's going to be we're going to be in a lot of games that look like tonight, and we got to find ways to get over the top.
Yeah, you guys are not easing yourself into it after the break at all, and so that'll be interesting. Well, Coach, thank you so much for coming up. Really appreciate it. We'll be in touch about the Saturday game. Parker will be one of the broadcasters. I have a thing going on, and so but really appreciate it. We'll be in touch if that works.
Perfect. Thank you, Michael.
Hey, thank you. That was Coach Jay Drake here on our Vermillion Chamber and Development Company post-game show, where Vermillion falls 85-70. 84-75, something like that. They have the thing turned off, but I thought they looked really good. What's your takeaway tonight?
My takeaway from tonight was that the Tanagers play an all-around attack. I mean, there's a little bit of a size mismatch, an outside shooting advantage that you think West Central has coming into this game, and they minimize that. They executed on both sides of the floor. The only things that they really could improve on, like Coach said, was, just take care of the basketball a little bit better. They proved that they can make a run with West Central, and, as we know, West Central is one of the better teams in this this class for the state. So putting up a great match where you're fighting right with them this entire time with West Central, nothing but good for the Tanagers today.
No, I agree. You'd rather lose to this team now and then make up for it later on, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. Only thing matters is the next game is the one to focus on, and these guys have got that figured out.
They do. All right. Well, from the Coliseum on the campus of West Central in Hartford, South Dakota, with Parker, I'm Michael Schumacher. We're going to get on the road. It's supposed to be slick, so I'll try to keep it under 90, and we'll go from there. But Parker, thank you so much. Glad you were able to take the games, you and Patrick, on Saturday. So thank you so much. I'll make sure everything's loaded and locked for you guys, but appreciate that. And you guys have a great night. This has been Tanager Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be back on the air, Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion Tanagers YouTube Thursday night for Vermillion and Ponca in a girls-only matchup, the girls' first home game of the year. For Parker Orr, I'm Michael Schumacher. You guys have a great night.